Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends,
the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarms, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information. delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it, People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence.
Good morning and welcome to the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Friday morning. TGIF, of course. The holidays is behind us and 2026 is officially on the way. And as usual, we have enough packed up to keep you going. And thank you for joining us this morning. I am Deborah Eze. Of course, I'm not doing this alone. I'm right here in the studio with
Onyeka Valentine. It's a new year.
2026.
Happy New Year, Debbie.
Yes, Happy New Year. And it's amazing that we're ending the year. The first working day in the year is actually ending Friday.
On the weekend. So we call it Weekend New Year.
Weekend New Year. Really amazing. How do you feel?
So, good enough. You see me smiling.
Mm-hmm.
It means positivity over any negativity.
Right.
Learn from what happened 2025. Learn, so you learn very quickly that mistakes are bound to happen, but how you mitigate them matters. And you do your retrospect. You do your scorecard, and then say, okay, what are the things that I didn't do well?
Mm-hmm.
Come 2026, I want to be able to do them and do them well. Even if it's not 100%, at least a shot at it means that I am becoming more courageous. I'm becoming more, of a formative person. At the same time, I'm making strides. I'm making a dent towards success. These are the areas that you can now use to measure your progress. You know what they say? That because you're running around and you're busy doesn't mean that you are gaining progress. So 2026 must change.
Should run around only when they know they're going to gain progress.
On the contrary, all I mean is, you see, you might be busy doesn't mean you're making progress.
Right.
It's busy just running in circles.
But what if you're busy? You can actually it's better you try to get busy than just say, okay, I don't want to try and run around because I'm not sure how it's going to end.
So what it means is that it simply means we're throwing the dart at the bullseye. Before you make any move, make sure it's a strategic move.
Right.
Don't burn your energy doing things that are not, like I said, hitting the nail on the head. 2026 is all about talk and do.
Right. The last time we were here, you were you're asking people if they really earned.
Most definitely.
I'm sure they earned it. That's why they're here now. But I was going to ask you, did you have any plan for the year, or is it just vibes and inshallah? For me, I believe that writing down plans sometimes. I'm not a writing person. I'm not a person who would actually sit down and want to write down, oh, this year, this is how we're supposed to go. This how I'm more of okay, what is working now and how do I work towards, what is working now? How do I make it better?
Right.
That's just how I am. But are you the writing down person? Do you write down your goals? And do you see anyone who do not write down their goals as unserious?
In fact, I cannot agree with you anymore, like you've said.
Okay.
Apart from the fact that I like to write down my goals, because there's this thing they say, once you write something down, it's like a ritual. It simply shows that you are being affirmative.
It never worked for me.
That's one. Now, do I see people who don't write things,
That's unserious.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'll explain. So I come from an era.
I wanted to say, because I didn't want to put the age card. Are you sure it's not, an age
yes,
thing?
most definitely it is. Because if you look at it, people who grew up with laptops, in primary schools, I tell you, if you look at their handwriting, it's a bit, it might be a bit, I'm serious. Because see,
beg to differ.
So check this out now. So you grew up you were born in the 70s and you grew up in the 80s. At that time, you were not really exposed to computers like that. It was towards the 90s, right? IBM started coming and all that stuff. So what happens is that your written skill, to develop the mind, that the part of your brain that is responsible for writing, it is so important that you actually write those essays and write them well. It develops the mind, it develops the brain. So for me, when I am planning, I want to physically write it down. Then take it. Hold on. So for me, it's like a ritual. Okay. I write it down and say, I want to achieve this in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and then in that same third quarter, review if I have touched the first, second quarter, what I've said I'm going to do. If not, then that's my last minute to begin to tidy up, because the fourth quarter really is my scorecard to now say how far Valentine.
I'm glad I wasn't born in the 80s or in the 70s. Well, I'm really glad, because I don't think it makes you want to walk towards your goal. Right. And about the handwriting, have you seen my handwriting?
Again, it differs.
I know tons of people who are actually like in the same age box that I am, and they have amazing handwriting.
Should I tell you?
Yeah.
I know people who, if let's be like an experiment. Don't write with your hands for the next 2 months. Keep on typing on your laptop. When you go to the bank to do some bank transaction, and then they give you a form, you want to write something, you realize that something has changed.
Nothing has changed.
That's because you're not. So what I mean is either you write pause, you try to articulate what you're writing.
No, that's not. It's not like a selfish stroke here. Why would it change?
Well, it happened to me. So I thought, you know what? Write more often. Type when you have to type, so that way your writing skill and your writing is actually wonderful to read.
Okay, that's words from the man from the 80s. Wow. All right, let me officially welcome you to the Breakfast Show for 2026. And the headlines that we have lined up for you this morning, the first one reads, Naira ends 2025 at 1,429 Naira to $1, first annual gain after 13 years. And Elumelu's Heirs Energies becomes Seplat's largest shareholder in $500 million deal. And also, police suspend tinted glass permit enforcement after court order. And finally, Mali, Burkina Faso impose reciprocal travel restrictions on U.S. nationals. All right, we have such amazing headlines lined up for you this morning. And the Naira ending at 1,429, even if this is not like the best of the best, I must really say this is really amazing, considering how, the Naira started. That was around June, July, down towards August, September. This is really a good one. But what I would like us to talk about is the police suspending tinted glass permit enforcement after court order. Now, don't you think this is actually a sign of confusion? Bringing laws into play when you know you're not ready for it, or don't you think it keeps the citizen in a state of confusion? Because now they're saying that, okay, it's been suspended for now, but it's definitely going to come up again. So don't you think this is just confusing the citizen, and it's just, a play of two different entities who don't really know what you're doing?
I mean, when I read the news, I said to myself, is this trying to confuse the public, or is there something that is going on? But I now realize that coming from, the PPR or the public, from the police itself, and I said to myself, which means they thought about it before now. And if the court order said, look, this enforcement thing must stop, is it because maybe it didn't favor some certain persons, or it has started creating a lot of...
Someone took them to court.
Exactly. It started creating a lot of problems. Well, thank God that we are in a democratic setting where if something doesn't go well with you, you can go to court. And imagine if we're in a military setting. But that's just aside. again, it has its own misgivings, which means anyone out there can simply, just go put up tinted without a permit, right? Knowing that the police will stop you, you can actually say, look, there's a court
you
order.
would have your permit,
Right.
but it's not, how would I put it? It's not a punishable offense.
That's what I'm saying.
Just like the way it was,
That's
that
what I'm saying.
they stop you and want to break your
Yes,
glass.
that's what I'm saying.
If they
So-
stop you, you have to show them
That's
that
what I'm
you
saying.
have your permit.
But again, it says enforcement. In other words, even if you stop me, I don't have the permit, but I have tinted glass. What this means is that, look, you cannot enforce and tell me, no, stop your car, I'm charging you for this. No, because already there's a court order that says the enforcement has been put on hold.
Yeah.
However, will this now encourage some unscrupulous elements to begin to put tinted quickly, right? And then, quote and unquote, before you know what's happening, they can probably have something going on in their vehicle and then kind of try to delude or confuse the police. We might see this happening, right? We might see this, this from 2026. However, in an event where this court order lingers for too long, right? It could also, one way or the other, affect the way police personnel who are very intelligent, right, can carry out their duties, because they have to see through your glass to see, okay, what's going on there. And if they see tinted, first of all, they will stop you and ask you,
do you have a
tint?
permit?
Exactly. So now that the enforcement has been put on hold, if you stop me and ask me, do you have a permit? I'll say, do I even need a permit?
No,
I'm not saying.
I don't think that's what it is, because before now, before the whole saga of
Even if I show my
you
permit,
don't have to put.
Okay, so
I will show you.
So I have tinted. I've been stopped already, and the police was then ask me, can I see your permit? And I tell you, I have it, but that's expired. Or I don't have it. And it says, why do you have tinted?
So that's an offense.
And I said, look, I bought the vehicle like that. So what happens?
No, that's not how it works.
But I'm just saying, but what
It doesn't work like that. You whatever it is that the police officer says you will do, you should please do follow them to
So if it now tells you,
behind the counter.
I want to arrest you. You say, but
of course you have to, because you know the way, especially when it comes to when getting permits and what's else for your vehicle. You know how it works. There's no how you're going to get your car tinted without getting a permit. So I think now it's more orderly now.
Right.
I'd rather they don't go back to how it was for the past 6 months now. It's more orderly. Once you see me with my tinted glass and you feel the need to actually, stop me by all means and ask for my necessary documents. If I have my necessary documents, off I go. But you need to see, anytime that I go home with, an Uber that actually has like tinted, you need to see the way the police will run without their button. And you will feel like, okay, what just happened now? Am I a criminal? What's going on? And then you find out, oh yeah, why do you have the tinted permit? So I think all of that will stop now that we have this court order. That's what I think, actually.
Yeah.
Because the police, once you give them power, oh my God, it's
some of them, not all of them. There are some more. So there are some. I'll tell you, I have some very smart police officers that are friends of mine. I
really need to meet them, because from my experience, especially the fact that I schooled in a place where police didn't have order. All they hear is go. They don't hear come back. They hear go. For somebody who has faced police brutality, for my 4 years in school,
I've been a victim before.
Not like victim once or twice or twice. So for my 4 years in school, the police brutality was crazy. Either someone I know is affected, or maybe you might just be sleeping and
wrongful detention.
Do you understand?
Extortion.
So it's
like that around the world.
I don't believe that. It's like that in Nigeria.
Even the US. There's even worse. Let me tell you, at some point, the public said they had to move to reduce the amount of funding to the police. It was just the boys in blue became.
Pick another country.
Yeah,
why doesn't that be the US?
Why would they stop us from having visa?
All right, speaking about the US, Mali, Burkina Faso imposed reciprocal travel restrictions on US nationals. Now, this is where Valley will say, I don't know why Nigeria said they are the giants of Africa, and they cannot reciprocate the same treatment that the US actually give to us. I spoke your mind, right? So do you see this as a brave move, or you just see it as you do me, I do you kind of move?
Most definitely, the latter is what it is. If I both of them, I will say why. I'll tell you why. Look, a sovereignty needs to be respected. And so, if diplomatic conversation and relationship is being broken down one way or the other, rather is breached one way or the other, or it's not flowing the way it should flow, there is some form of cloud in between it. Look, it should go both ways, especially when you don't have a conversation with the country to know, look, this is what's going on. There should be some, follow through. You just want to, lack of a better term, intimidate countries. This is Donald Trump style. You know what? Muscle them to a point where they will yield when it comes to what we are asking them to give into. So nations need to begin to understand, no, we're a sovereignty. And so we need to be able to stand our ground. This is the shocking part. I said before, once you receive funding and you receive aid from the United States of America, believe it or not, you become their puppet. Whether or not you like it, at the end of the day is what it is. I mean, is our wonderful country playing in that light? I would say let's just stop going cap in hand asking America for aid. We will survive. We will survive. If we look internally and now say, how do we solve our problems? We have agriculture that can help us become great. Before oil was explored, agriculture was putting us out there, right? We have other areas. We have the leather business, right? We have other, solid minerals, rare earth minerals that can put us out there in the light. Must it be exactly? So why am I being so passionate about it? I mean, this is the only country that I have. Yes, I might have traveled in the past. I'm still willing to travel again in the future. But for what it is, right? You want to protect your own. And so when you see something not going well, you talk about it. This is the shocker now, and you call it the kicker if you like. If any country decides to say, okay, we are reciprocating what you've done by saying no citizens should come to our country because you've done the same. I mean, whoever it is that initiated should have expected it. Are you telling me the United States, Donald Trump didn't expect some African countries to kick back? Look,
I don't think he did.
Of course it did. I mean, if not for any country, Burkina Faso should have seen that coming. Burkina Faso is not even dependent on the US. As I said before, once you're not dependent on any aid from any country, you stand your ground. Unfortunately, we are dependent on those aids. And so whether or not it is adding value to our economy and solving some problem, our government to look at it and say, look, what are the benefits? Do the benefits outweigh, right, the what you want to call it, lose of face? They'll go with the benefits. But if the lose of face outweighs the benefits, right, and this is what any responsible government will do. So look, let us just reciprocate. In this matter, I think as it stands right now, the benefits outweigh the lose of face. So here we are.
Finally, we're just going to speak on one other one. That's Illumilu's Airs Energies becomes Seplat's largest shareholder in $500 million deal. And foreign investors actually they withdrew from investing in the Seplat's shares. And we actually thought that was going to be the end, of the stock. We understand that Seplat is like the biggest in payouts dividend. They're actually like the biggest. So Illumilu actually stepping in. I didn't see that coming. That is actually a brave move. Why I want to speak about this is we as individuals, we should actually do you invest?
I do.
You do. So you should look
in
towards
small quantity, by the way.
You should AOU.
Well, in small quantity,
big valve.
There we go. I'm being honest. Because if you look at it really, there are a lot of so-called uncle give me this, uncle give me that. So you want to be able to
I think one reason why you should invest. Right. So when it comes to things like that, it's good for you to invest so that you can actually like take out money.
I'm talking about buying
from
shares.
There. Yes, take out money from there to settle all of this. If you say you should use it from the money that you and I are earning,
well,
it's going to be a lot of load.
You probably wouldn't breathe air at the end of the month.
Yes. So people should try invest in Seplat. It's still looking very good with the fact that Illumilu has actually like come into it, and we hope that the payouts exceed that of 2025.
I see.
Yeah. All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we take a look at what the newspaper, the dailies are saying this morning. Just stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable allow, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. This is a newspaper review segment of the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is...
Always present on Yaka Valentine.
Yaka Valentine, glad to have you. All right, let's go straight into the dailies, and our first stop this morning, of course, is our sister company, the Business Day newspaper. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper reads, markets bet on prolonged tight policy as CBN defends inflation. And that's the Naira. And you can get a knack of that story on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And also we have stocks extend rally, close 2025 with 36.62 trillion Naira gain. And that story is on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And also, caution investors drag Africa's private equity market to 5-year low. And that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And also we have First Bank successfully complete 500 billion Naira capital raise, and the writers to that story reads, Tinubu's deep understanding of economy shows in recent growth, and that is coming from Otedola. And we have canvasses CBN to raise bank capital to 1 trillion naira and see Cardoso as the best CBN governor ever. Do you agree with that?
Well, will it be fair to say Cardoso is
the best
CBN governor? I would rather say he's doing his best, but he's not the best. You see, you might be good at what you do, but you see, you can't just take the credit alone. You need other people to help you look good. So you're only as good as your team. Success is only as good as the weakest link. What I mean to say is, if there's any small error, I'm sure whoever is saying this one now will retract his word. You know, because if you look at it, truth be told, so there's a major shakeup internationally, right? It will affect the way our economy is at every point in time. If there's a major shakeup based on insecurity, right? Or rather, there's some insecurity issues like what we're having right now. It will affect the economy. And the economy is affected, most definitely the Naira performance will be affected, banking will be affected. All these are tied in one, which is why I need to boil down to everyone saying, Cardoso, what's going on? At that point, would you now blame him? Or would you have said that, no, Cardoso, you should have been a soothsayer. Oh, you should have been, you know, Nostradamus to have seen the future, right? Of course, he's not Nostradamus to see the future. However, well, I will say, is he responding to things very quickly? The answer is yes. Okay. Is his team as ready as he is? I will say yes. But what is, so the question now is, what is bringing this new style of quick response and, you know, open table conversation and not having anything done in a gray area? I want to say one of the things that might be responsible for this, you know, quick response, open, you know, conversation based on what's going on with CBN and in relative to other banks and the world, is because of what's happening with, you know, Emefiele, really. And it might sound funny, but I mean, when you succeed someone who maybe you looked up to before, and you see how the world is rubbishing him, of course you want to sit up. You want to say, man, I don't want to listen to my story in case anything happens to me in the future, or in case I'm done with that office as a CBN governor. So for me, it is a major clarity for anyone who's in that seat. When you are the CBN governor, you're on the hot seat every second. If anything happens to our economy based on the Naira performance, based on, you know, other banks, banking with the Apex Bank, which is CBN, based on how the economy affects the regular Nigerian, and of course any other financial, you know, relations, they'll look up to you and say, what's going on, right? So I think for what it is, he has a team that is quite persistent, and they view and say, look, this is about to happen, this is going to affect us in this way, let us make a quick move to mitigate it. And so far they're doing a good job, yes. But is he the best governor? I think my answer should lie to those who are home watching us.
Do you agree with the statement that Otetola made about Tinubu having a deep understanding of the economy? And the fact that because he has a deep understanding, that's why we see the growth that we are seeing in the economy today. Do you agree with that?
Bittersweet.
Okay.
Bittersweet. If I say yes, I agree, and then tomorrow we now hear, you know, subsidy removed again. Then you come back and say, Valentine, wait, on the 2nd of January, you said this, that, you will now drag me out again. So let me just play safe and say, bittersweet, neither here or there. Why? I will tell you. Truth be told, right? Again, like I said, with the issue of Cardoso, you are only as good as your team. In this case, the president is only as good as his cabinet, you know, his ministers, right? People who has put in place to make sure they minister well. Now we are clapping our hands and giving his administration round of applause when it comes to tackling security in these few months. Why? Because they put a man that is supposed to have been there all along. We're talking about in the name of a capable hand who we all know, you know, retired General Christopher Musa, who is now the defense minister. That's a man who understands the theater of war. And so putting that man there, right, simply means that the job will be done and done well. So if you look at it, Tola has now said, or what people are now saying, that Tinubu understands the deep understanding of Nigerian economy, you know, shows in as it shows in recent growth. Otedola has said this thing from an angle, one, as a businessman. Secondly, don't forget, yes, he's benefiting from it, right? It's not a bad thing. After all businesses or business in general are put in place so that they can make what? Get ROI and, of course, grow their company and employ more people and take the youths out of the streets and give them a job to do so that the country moves well, the economy is moving well. It's what we want to see. We want to see a thriving economy, not just a surviving economy. When you survive, you're still not out of the woods. You're still under life support. But when you thrive, which means now you can now give air to somebody else. We want to thrive. Seeing Otedola saying things like this means that he's thriving, which is good. However, would you say, judging what has happened 2 years before now, would you say truly, Tinubu understands, has deep understanding of Nigerian economy? I would say he's a good politician. Is he a financial expert? No, he's not a financial expert. Is he good at knowing how to run the politics such a way that leadership can be able to employ those good financial heads? I would say yes. However, there's one thing about leadership which is important. What exactly do I mean? I mean this. To be someone who can say you understand, have deep understanding of the economy, you must first and foremost be a leader. Is he a good leader? Right? So far, his results would tell us. Secondly, is he a passionate leader? Because see, to be a good leader means you're passionate, which means you're understanding and you are patient. You're not quick to make decisions like some people who come and tell you guns blazing into a country. Come on, Donald Trump. We see how Americans are actually following him up.
Do you have to find a way to link
most
Donald
definitely.
Trump?
He's putting us under the hot seat. He should get it hot. But he has a good side though. I mean, you think you to do it, no time for too much talk, which is actually very good in some cases. So to put justice to this, I would say, not even true. Does he really understand? Does he have a deep understanding of the economy so far? Hence the reason why Otedola thinks that it is, the economy is doing well, as case may be. From the angle which Otedola is seeing it from, I would say yes. Because Otedola is a billionaire. From the angle of a normal Nigerian who is still struggling to have 3 square meals in a day, I'm sure those at home will agree with me to say the best foot is not being put forth yet by our wonderful CNC Commander-in-Chief, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
All right, let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. What do we have on the Vanguard this morning?
I'm finding all trust this morning, right?
Yes, you are.
All right, wonderful people watching at home. We do have, since First Bank successfully completes 500 billion naira capital raise. Again, I mean, we have a replica of Tinubu's deep understanding of Nigeria's economy shows in recent growth by Otedola. We just spoke about it. Another one here says, advises CBN to raise banks' capital to 1 trillion naira. Cardoso, best CBN governor ever. We spoke about that one already. I have my own, misgivings about it, but it's fine. My opinion doesn't really matter. It's your opinion at home. So we just stay on the fence and hopefully they see where we're coming from. It says here, Bodija explosion, 30 billion naira FG fund intact. In other words, the money is still intact despite the explosion. So 20 billion again, balance withheld, or your government says. You can see that one on page 10 of the Vanguard. And then below here it says 2026 Atiku Obi can PDP ACF, I beg your pardon, ACF, MBF chart a way forward for Nigeria. In other words, chart way forward for Nigeria. Page 5, you can see that one. Big questions. Like they say, big things. Hopefully we get the big answers.
The beautiful thing about this is the Vanguard, FRS, as the Federal Inland Revenue Service. They now have a new makeover.
Right.
They're no longer FRS. They're now the Nigeria Revenue Service, which is NRS. Just as, it was promised towards the end of the year.
Must always copy the international world. Must always copy them. They have IRS. They have the other one.
LRS.
Come on.
Yeah.
But
so
revenue was
everything
coming.
now is like, the NRS now. And I think it looks better than the FIRS. And together we rise, together we prosper. And that's it.
So,
your tax.
what this means now is, for those of you back home still thinking or wondering and thinking maybe the federal government just, made up these words to make you feel, to shake you a little bit, be rest assured, they are going to shake us well. As they've now changed the name. It's quite symbolic. There's some mental thing to it.
Okay.
To let you know that we are not joking, we are changing the name. Just imagine me telling you, look, I want to change my, my look. And you wonder, what's that talking about? As I tell you, to let you know I'm serious, I'm moving my name from Valentine to Deborah. So be rest assured you see me with wig and gown.
And dresses.
And dresses. You can imagine how that would look.
Yes. Right? And I think the panic is not as much as it was before the New Year's. And I think everybody now understands the fact that they are supposed to pay tax, and thanks to platforms like the BusinessDay, out there educating people, especially in the informal sector. Because I was telling someone the other day that people in the formal sector, we've been paying tax for the longest. So it's not, all of this is not news to us. Yeah, I think the people who are most confused, the people who don't really understand how it works, are the people in the informal sector. And thanks to platforms who, that are actually educating people on whether or not they're going to pay tax, or how much it is that they're going to remit to the tax man. And like I used to say, paying tax is not the issue. The issue is, what are these taxes going to be used for? And I'm not going to stop saying it or stop asking, because we really need to know. It's a new year now, and before by the end of the first quarter, we'll get to start hearing things from different sector in the country where we believe the government are supposed to be accountable for and accountable to. So are these taxes going to be put in the places that they're supposed to be put in? And I mean the what they call the educational sector, the health sector, roads, security, most especially security, because we can have all of this, and if there's no security, everything is going to be watered down. So for me, it's not about paying tax. And we saw that that was on the 31st. Banks have already started rolling out newsletters and announcements that we're going to be charging you 15 naira per every 10,000 transaction, and this is going to stand as stamp duty. That one is ridiculous, but I like the fact that it's no longer the sender and the receiver. Now it's just the sender. That simply means, for those of you that don't like to send money, to the men that don't like to send money to the women,
they've reinforced our stance as stingy men.
You get what I'm saying?
Right.
When you think about the 15 naira that you're going to pay, you just, hold back. And this is the start of a new dawn.
No more urgent 2K.
There's going to be urgent 2K, because it doesn't affect your 15 naira. You can send that 2K as many times as possible.
But once above 10,000,
yes, that is when you get
which means if I'm owing you money for a service, and it probably let's say it costs 10,500.
Yeah.
I'll probably tell you, look, you know what? Things are the way they are right now. Let me just say
9,000.
9,500.
You send the 9,000.
Right.
You divide it into two now.
Right.
You send the 9,000 and send the remaining part. So the two transactions is not up to 10,000 naira. You're not going to owe me Valentine.
You're finding a way to always.
Anyways, like the NRS have said, it's a new dawn and a new beginning in the revenue administration, and we hope that it is really a new dawn for Nigerians, because I trust Nigerians. Once something is working, once they see that, and that is why Lagos, you hardly find people really complain about the state of governance in Lagos, because believe it or not, Lagos has actually moved away from the threshold of states that are not working. Lagos is actually working. Is Lagos perfect? No,
but it's thriving.
Exactly. I think it's working. Because you can't be 100% perfect, because these are things that actually takes time, takes money to actually keep it working. And with the way it is compared to other states, they don't stand side by side.
I mean, other people from other states are coming to Lagos in their numbers, seeing that Lagos is working, and there's some form of stability.
So yeah, if it's really, if you put citizens' money into the right things, they are not going to mind. If you like take all of their monies, as far as they have like the right thing, especially security and the health sector. We were here throughout the year when we talking about the health. It's really sad that that important sector is not thriving. It's still the same story over and over again.
Back and forth.
Yeah, you see people go to the what they call it, the general hospitals, and then they complain about the fact that they go there every day and they've not been attended to, or there's one file missing. This is 2026. We shouldn't be hearing things like that. Now that the world has gone digital, we shouldn't be complaining of files missing. We shouldn't complain about having to go back and run a diagnosis because you cannot find what you came the last time to do. So I'm excited about the tax, and I like other Nigerians can't wait to see how these monies are going to be put in place. Before I go, it's not part of the headline. I think it's in the Business Day talked about it, but it's not part of the front page, where Natasha has been forgiven by
I saw that. And I said to myself, I said, for what it is.
Do you really see? I'm of the opinion that if you get offended by somebody, and you're very sure that this person offended you and you're in your right, you would want to see it through. Like, you offended me, I'm going to show you. So you actually coming out to say, other people have offended me, but and even Natasha offended me, but I'm a peacemaker. I'm going to let it be. I feel like it makes everything Natasha has been saying true.
Well, let's leave for our viewers.
I know you share that.
But I can say this.
Yes.
See, you see, when, like they always say, if we continue with this an eye for an eye, at the end of the day, the whole village becomes.
Oh my God, this is not about an eye for an
so
eye.
At some point, I think he just had to realize, let me be the bigger man. Let's forget about this and let's move on.
Really?
Because I mean, it was taking most of the whole, the whole time.
I can't believe that you found a way to actually defend Akpabio.
I'm not defending him.
You are.
I'm seeing it from an angle where, look, Akpabio, can we not have the newspapers or have issues being, put this way? Just stop distracting us.
You don't like Natasha.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't hate her.
Okay. Let's take a look at the cartoon of the day. What do we have on the cartoon of the day? And I must say, the cartoons for 2025 were really eye-opening and very, very creative, I must say. And I like the way Asuku or Okpara always find a way to make it about what is going on in the country without having to sugarcoat it.
Very true.
But the cartoon of the day we have, this is obviously an hospital room. We have, obviously, the citizen is the one lying on the plank that looks like a bed, and we have a nurse, two people holding them down, and somebody that looks like our president, and with an injection that reads Tax Act adulterated. And the nurse said, "Excuse me, sir, the medication is contaminated." And he responds by saying, "I know." And the other person, who looks like somebody that we know too, he says, "Go ahead, sir. The side effects will be just a feeble public outrage, something a dose of tear gas can handle." It's really a dose of tear gas. Now, I think this is centered around the fact that Tinubu actually said, whether or not we like it, the Tax Act must start on the 1st of January. Even when it looked like there were some irregularities, there were some things that, were not supposed to be there. Decisions that were made on the tax before it was passed into law. After it was passed into law, it didn't change. He went ahead to say, you know what, the tax must start in January 1st. I think that's what this cartoon is trying to tell us. No matter how it is, no matter how we've not set the rules to how the tax is going to be, it is still going to go. I think that's where the whole Tax Act adulterated actually comes in. What do you think?
I mean, truth be told, if you look at it closely, no nation can can thrive without tax being paid.
Sure.
Now, how, when, and to what extent, right, will this tax be felt? That is where the main crux of the matter is. I will explain very quickly. If, for instance, you earn this amount of money, XYZ, and you build your spending power around it, tax comes in and takes it. Most definitely your spending power will reduce, right? If, for instance, you are planning on having 4 children, like wonderful people of Nigeria, you probably have to start thinking right now of having just 1 child. Because the fact that the tax has now kicked in and the change of FRS to NRS, wow, you should expect that, this thing will never decline, it only keep on going to the next level. We know how it is in our country. So tighten your belt, buckle yourself up.
And not have 4 children.
And, and not answer to every prayer based on urgent 2K. Just
all right, thank you so much, Vali. Thank you for your insights this morning on the newspaper review, and thank you for joining us in the studio this morning to our viewers. This is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and coming up next is the Business Morning, which will be anchored by Destiny Mama. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to...
Solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still the Breakfast Show, and now with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. The Nigerian Naira ended 2025 on the firmer notes, closing at 1,429 to a dollar on December 31st, a 7.4% appreciation from the 1,535 Naira to a dollar recorded on the final trading day of 2024. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, the 2025 performance marks the Naira's first annual gain since 2012, when it appreciated slightly to 1,000 or 157.29 from 158 Naira 99 in 2011. The currency had depreciated every year since then, making this a major turnaround after 13 years of consistent declines. CBN data indicates that while the Naira remained volatile for much of the year, a significant recovery trend began in the last quarter, especially from September through December. And moving on, Nigerian billionaire Tony Elumelu has significantly expanded his energy empire after his company, Heirs Energies Limited, acquired a 20% stake in Seplat Energy PLC for $496 million, making it the largest shareholder in one of Nigeria's premier independent oil and gas producers. The acquisition, announced on December 31st, 2025, sees Heirs Energies purchasing French firm Morel and Prom's entire 20.07% holdings in Seplat, comprising 120.4 million ordinary shares valued at 305 pence each. According to reports, the deal represents one of Nigeria's most significant energy sector transactions this year, marking a notable shift towards greater indigenous ownership of the country's strategic oil and gas assets. The report says the binding agreement was signed on December 30th, 2025, after market close, including an initial payment of $248 million, with a remaining balance of $248 million payable within 30 days, secured by an irrevocable letter of credit. And the Nigerian police force has suspended the enforcement of the tinted glass permit policy following an interim court order restraining the move. This is according to a statement released by the police on Thursday, confirming that the suspension comes ahead of the planned resumption date of January 2nd, 2026. The decision was reportedly taken in compliance with a court's directive while legal proceedings on the matter are ongoing. The police had earlier announced that enforcement of the policy would resume nationwide as part of efforts to enhance public safety, but has now been put on hold after the force was served with an interim order issued by a court. And finally, Mali and Burkina Faso have announced reciprocal travel restrictions on United States nationals following Washington's decision to impose a permanent visa ban on citizens of both countries. The measure were confirmed in separate statements issued on Tuesday, with the two West African states citing the principle of reciprocity and the United States after the United States expanded its travel restrictions to include Mali and Burkina Faso. Mali's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation said it regretted that the decision was taken without prior consultation, describing the move as inconsistent with long-standing diplomatic engagement between the countries. The ministry noted that the security justification cited by the U.S. contradicts the real developments on the ground, suggesting that the motivation for the action lies elsewhere. And still to come after the break, conversation around the economy and the world of business. Do stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
in Business Morning on Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Now let's go straight to the first conversation for today, talking about global conferences, which is transforming world ideas and futures. We all know that global conferences have long shaped the course of history, bringing together world leaders, innovators, and thinkers to tackle humanity's biggest challenges, from climate change and artificial intelligence to global security and economic growth. These gatherings are redefining how ideas are shared and how the future is shaped. But as the world changes rapidly, questions remain about their real impact. Right. Now, from Davos to Dubai, Paris to New York, global conferences have become powerful platforms for dialogue and decision making. Each year, heads of state, CEOs, academics, and civil society leaders converge with a single goal finding solutions to actually share global problems. Supporters argue these conferences help set global agendas, influence policy direction, and drive international cooperation. They say many of today's innovations and partnerships were born from conversations that started in conference halls. Yet, critics question whether these forums deliver real results or simply generate headlines. With mounting global crises from economic inequality to climate emergencies, there is growing pressure for conferences to move beyond speeches to action. Now, other concern is inclusivity. Many voices from developing economies, particularly Africa and parts of Asia, say they are underrepresented in global decision-making spaces, despite being most affected by global challenges. The digital age has also reshaped these gatherings. Virtual participation has expanded access, but experts warn it may weaken the trust building and collaboration that often happen face to face. Now, looking ahead, analysts say the future of global conferences will depend on accountability, tracking commitments, measuring outcomes, and ensuring that bold ideas translate into real-world change. Now, as the world confronts increasingly complex challenges, global conferences remain a critical space for shaping ideas and futures. The question is no longer whether they matter, but how effectively they can, they can turn global conversations into lasting solutions. Now, this morning, we're privileged to have Chase Inegbedion. He's the head of Happiness Concord, all the way from the United States. Good morning, Mr. Chase.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on the show today.
It's a pleasure having you. Thank you for joining us on Business Morning under such a short notice. Now, we see that you are big in global conferences. You do a lot of, you make so much impact in global conferences. How would you say you've been able to, put this out there? And how would you encourage, people to actually take advantage of global conferences, and what do they stand to gain? I beg your pardon.
Thank you so much. Like I said, I don't attend global conferences to collect MIs. I attend because these are the war rooms where the global economy is redesigned. Like in 2025 alone, I will say to myself, I've attended even 2 or 3 in a month, and I ask myself, how are we able to establish our footprint at the World Bank annual meetings in DC, the Forbes Under 30 Summit, the Second World Summit on Development in Doha, which returned with a bang this year after 30 years. We found ourselves in the same room for COP30 in Berlin, the UN Commission on the Status of Women, which happened to be the mecca of sorts of women at the United Nations, always coming in very early in the year. You have the UN General Assembly, which have created also during those events. They are also what I call the multiple side event, from the Clinton annual meeting to the DevEx to the Semaphore and a couple of other events where you do not just meet Nigeria stakeholders, you also meet global stakeholders. These are where you could even find your global, your government officials on the same train with you, and you're just having conversation. Even as we prepare for 2026, you see people looking into the strategy from shift, from participation now to leadership. We're moving with the global tide. In January will be the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, to the World Bank meetings in Thailand, to the World Economic Forum in Davos, and ultimately to COP30 in Turkey. We're not just hosting, we're pitching, we're facilitating, and I would address the cost when it comes to people thinking about hotels, airline, the cost of business class flights, and also 5 stars hotels in Davos or Doha. My answer is simple. The cost of absence is far higher than the cost of attendance. You cannot put a price on the 15-minute coffee meetings you'll be having with a big gate in an elevator or in the conference center that will result in a multi-million-dollar letter of intent or a partnership with a Microsoft for startups if you're a startup company. So we aren't spending money, we're just deploying capital to secure the trust, the partnership, and I value B2B, which is either business to business or you're aiming to attend to get government contractor support, defining your monthly return on investment. In the digital economy, if you are invisible, you are invisible to capital. That's what I would say. And I see most people tapping into those opportunities.
Wow. All right. How do global conferences actually move beyond dialogue, to actually deliver measurable impact on policy, innovation, and even global development?
So if you look at the data, when Aliko Dangote this year also spoke at the Doha Forum, about Africa industrialization, there was a panel that had the moderator from Al Jazeera, Big Gate, was also on that same, and he was able to announce his educational programs. You would also see Tono Elumelu speak about his signing LOI with the president of Brazil, and recently at his keynote at the Legacy Builders Forum in Palm Beach. They aren't just making noise, they are moving market. And even at our own platform at Concord App, we take that high-level momentum and turn it into an hustle operation. We translate those deadlines into actionable revenue, matching for startups and corporations. And when you see this high-level officials at even these conferences, it gives room for also dousing of global tensions. You see an economic narrative for even the country. Why do even people go into those conferences? Why do people use those locations, which has open minds to economic stabilities, high rise with hotels, because more people are coming to those states and countries? And how can we replicate that in our own home country, Nigeria, where people can see those leverages as the possibilities of growing and also scaling?
Very impressive. Now, in an era of a geopolitical tension, right, and economic uncertainty, how effective are global conferences in shaping collective global action?
So the question is always not leapfrogging the exercise. Like I said, global tension is also found in other climes, security, and how do you address them? There are also global conferences that Halifax that also provide room for people to talk about the security issues in their country. How are you leveraging technology? Are you making sure that the personal mandate that you're sharing either at the UNCSW or at the World Bank is critical for you to be able to at least play yourself in making sure those conversations are had? And you see pretty much even activists or high-level coordinators like the Omajua Japheth, who spoke recently at a conference about the situations of Nigeria and making sure they could address even state officials who are coming from other countries on the situations in the country, making sure that they understand that the narratives are clear. You need to be able to be in this room to be able to define your own story. So when people who clearly have gotten information from different spaces and different individuals, especially what they see in the news, can directly in the room be corrected. Okay, these are situations that are happening. This is not just a Christian genocide. This is both Christian and Muslim insecurity challenges happening. So you want to be in these certain rooms and you want to be able to at least shape those narratives. And that's why global conferences is being important. Like you see me dress this morning in my Unity fabric. That's the same way when I dress in all this high fashion clothes to be able to like, oh, where are you from? I'm from Nigeria. Oh, what's happening in your country? This is how you're able to at least help people get the narrative of what is currently happening and what can be changed and what can also be improved upon.
I see that a lot of times, during these global conferences, you put it out there, you put your best foot out there. I've seen a lot of times where you have interviewed the World Bank president, you have interviewed, big names, that is adding, to global standard and global impact. How have you been able to put this up and actually, be result oriented?
Yes, like I said, it's critical for us to be in the room. It's critical for you to jump on that flight, stay in those fancy hotels, and not making an impression. Like you mentioned recently at the World Bank annual meeting, where we had opportunity to be both at the spring meeting and also at the annual meeting later the year, where I posed an AI challenge question even to the president of the World Bank. It's the same approach we tell to delegates. This is not a vacation process for people who have traveled miles not to come into the room and answer the questions answered. Sometimes it could be very inconveniencing where you have to sit in the front row so that when all of this opportunity comes for you to ask these questions, you are able to push them forward. And it's the same mandate, I've always had at the UNCSW when the question is like, oh, you're a man, what would you be doing at the woman conference? The mandate is always clear. If you also want to be highly inclined with the Sustainable Development Goal, promoting gender equality, you want to be in the room where you want to listen to women, especially when you're creating technology to help them solve certain problems. So you want to be able to hear them upfront and have those conversations, especially ensuring that the Global South isn't just a case study, it's a lead actor. You want to find yourself in a room where permanent missions of the UN are coming from different types of the world. You're building a technology because for us in our own organization, we're trying to create a technology where you're able to match people in the room. Who are you speaking to? What kind of conversation do you want to hear from them? Would you be looking for a job and at the end of the day get hired on site? The people look for different reasons. Why people could be looking for spouses at global conferences, they're also looking for financial partnership. If they're looking for jobs, they want to be matched with an hiring manager on the spot. If they're looking for funding as a founder, they want to be able to get a term sheet. If they're exhibiting at such conferences, they want to be able to get purchasing order where people can support their causes. So people, one way or the other, want to be able to continue showcasing their brilliant innovation, especially for us in developing economies. So it's often saying, let's build a bridge, whether we're connecting an African entrepreneur to a Wall Street investor. Without these bridges, global growth remains loop-sided.
Well said, well said, well said. Okay, now what role do global conferences play in setting the agenda for emerging issues such as artificial intelligence, climate change, and sustainable development?
I always say this, and I love this question a lot. AI is the new electricity, but without the socket, it's useless. Like this next year in January, we're looking at the World Economic Forum, and there's one thing in sight is the Open Forum, where a lot of conversation around technology is going to be on the front burner. Same thing like I mentioned earlier at the World Bank meetings, also with AI be taking people's job. How do you use the certain tools to leverage experience? And for us as a technology startup, we're also using AI to be able to create this engagement in the room, leveraging high value artificial intelligence and also cloud support. You also want to be able to see us as the revenue matching platform that connects an AI innovator in Lagos or Nairobi directly with the global capital and logistics partner that they need to scale. Recently at COP30 in Belém, while we're talking about carbon footprints and also recycling. It was also in the burnout to say, okay, what currently are people even using ChatGPT for? What right prompts are they asking to be able to say, okay, create or design or innovate in my state or in my country? How do I even recycle a can? There's simple questions that people even need the right information. And with the AI meta glasses also being in the room at conferences where you're able to at least tell where certain biodiversity have been done. So it's really important that we don't just talk about the future, we architect the pilot projects that fund it.
All right. So then how can global conferences ensure inclusivity, especially for voices from developing economies and even the global south, right?
Yes, like the global south always needs to be on the front burner. And that's why when this year, people were like, oh, we had about 700 people delegate from Nigeria to the Conference of Parties in Berlin, despite the fact that people had to be on the road for 3 days, 4 days, because there were multiple connections. People were flying from their home country, the US, to the UK from Nigeria, because the Global South wants to be able to make sure they are in the room if certain decisions are made on their behalf. There were also certain protests that even happened in those spaces where indigenous communities were not comfortable about certain decisions that were taken on their behalf. And that's the need for our representations. And so we also say to government, aside the fact that you're sending government officials into those rooms, it is a great time for you to partner with civil society, making sure they find themselves in those rooms, making sure they're securing the right badges for them to be decision makers. Because truly, for those conferences, you find yourself getting different badges for you to be able to participate. Either you're getting a party badge, or you're getting an observer badge, or you're just getting a conference attendee badge. You also have to be able to secure the type of badge that helps in making sure that your narratives are clearly understood. So Global South is taking that as a lead studies, and I'm also pushing that and even open calling the government and presidents of certain countries to use that as a room to be able to making sure these conversations are heard. The content, the conversation needs to be televised, and that's why people take a lot to also making sure they are promoting and using platforms like yours to be able to push their agendas and making sure people know that they're not just attending these conferences as show off. They also want to be making sure that the narratives are heard and that without bridges, global growth should be on the front burner.
All right. I would have gone ahead to ask you, looking ahead, how must global conferences evolve to remain credible, impactful, and responsive to rapidly changing global challenges? That's just my last question to you. Can you just, briefly answer this, please?
Briefly, like I said, we're testing the operating spine for the future of work, either at the World Bank annual meetings. We're looking at AI-powered matchmaking, leveraging at global stages should be a revenue-driven collaboration. People don't just want to attend this event for attendance sake after spending so much with flights and hotel. So we are making sure that not just aid is what will shape industries across Africa and the emerging market. And lastly, like you mentioned, the conferences of the future must be digital. Digital is a blend of physical presence and digital intelligence. People must become obsessed with outcomes and not just attenders. And that's exactly what we're building with Concord Hub, a real-time matchmaking platform that connects people, capital, and impact. So we are moving from networking to next world building. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this time.
Well, thank you so much. We've been talking to Chase Inegbedio. He is the head of Happiness Concord App. I want to thank you for your global impact and global conferences and your encouragement to the Nigerian youth and all you have been doing so far. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much again.
Now you're still watching Business Morning on the Business Day television breakfast show. We'll go on a short break. When we are back, we will be joined by our next guest to go straight to our second conversation for today. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking,
And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You're welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning segment on Business Day Television breakfast show. All right, now moving on to the second conversation for today, talking about artificial intelligence, leadership and corporate strategy, how artificial intelligence is reshaping the boardroom. Now, artificial intelligence is no longer a future concept. It is now a defining force, reshaping leadership decisions and corporate strategy across the global business landscape. From multinational corporations to fast-growing startups, executives are increasingly turning to artificial intelligence to drive efficiency, sharpen decision-making, and gain competitive advantage. But as adoption accelerates, experts warn that technology alone is not enough. Strong leadership and clear strategy remain critical. Industry analysts say the most successful organizations are those embedding artificial intelligence directly into their long-term corporate vision, rather than deploying it as a quick fix tool. Now, artificial intelligence is now influencing everything from customer engagement and supply chain management to risk assessment and executive planning. Now, at the leadership level, the rise of AI is redefining what it means to lead. Executives are being challenged to balance data-driven insights with human judgment, creativity, and ethical responsibility. While AI can process vast amounts of information at speed, Experts stress that accountability and final decisions must still rest with people, and corporate governance has also come into sharp focus. As companies collect and analyze more data, concerns around privacy, bias, and transparency are growing. Business leaders are under increasing pressure to establish responsible AI frameworks that protect consumers while sustaining innovation. Another shift is unfolding within the workforce. As automation expands, companies are rethinking talent strategies, investing in upskilling, reskilling, and redefining roles to ensure employees can work alongside intelligent systems rather than be displaced by them. And now, joining us on Veil, everything about AI this morning is Abisiga Majid. He is the CEO and founder, Data Global Hub, all the way from the US. Good morning, Majid.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. Compliments of the season. Now, talking about strategic vision, right? How should corporate leaders align artificial intelligence initiatives with long-term business strategy? Rather than treating artificial intelligence as a stand-alone technology investment.
Yes, thank you very much. I would say they should think of AI as like a new brain for their business, not just another tool. So basically, instead of focusing on tech, they could ask, how can AI help us think differently or find new opportunities? In this particular approach, make AI a core part of their strategy, and it leads them to real breakthroughs instead of just small improvements. So whatever they are doing at the moment, they just look for how can I use AI to make it faster, because one of the key differentiators when it comes to competitiveness in the industry right now, when it comes to AI, is speed. So how can I use AI to make my team faster? How can I use it to innovate, to do things differently that will make me stand out amongst my competitors in the industry? So those are the directions, I think companies should think of when it comes to strategic vision, and then to also make sure that they empower the team to use it rightly.
All right. In terms of leadership mindset, right? What leadership skills are most critical for executives managing AI-driven transformation in complex organizations?
Thank you very much for that. So basically, I would say leaders should be great listeners and guides. So they should understand why their team might be hesitant about AI, and show them how it can help. Make them really see the value in it. If you come, some teams that are not using AI at the moment, some of the reasons why they don't use it is because they don't really believe much in it or something like that. So they should try to convince them or make it easy for them to see the reasons why they need to use the AI. And then their job is to lead everyone through this change by redesigning teamwork so that people feel empowered by AI. They feel like, oh, this is something that will help them do their job better, and not like it's going to replace their job. So, and then also in terms of maybe setting, coming up with a roadmap, I would say, since AI is changing so many things every day, there's a lot of development around AI. So I would say, instead of just setting up a rigid roadmap, leaders should set a strategic direction instead of a fixed map, such that the next line of action in every short period of time is the next best action. But they should have where they are going to. Okay, I'm going towards this direction, but nothing should really be rigid. They should be very flexible, because a lot of things are changing when it comes to AI. So that's my perspective around that.
Before we talk about, you giving back to the Nigerian society in terms of, training, right? let's deviate a little bit into competitive advantage, right? In what ways can artificial intelligence move from operational efficiency to becoming a core source of sustainable competitive advantage?
I would say like use AI to develop business intuition that spots hidden trends, things that other people cannot see or other competitors in your industry or sector cannot see. Then go beyond just cutting costs and let AI find, surprising opportunities like your rivals will miss. Let AI find those loopholes or those, those gaps in the market that you can actually help people solve, like problems that you can help people solve or doing it like solve in a unique way. This basically allows you to make bold, smart moves that keep you ahead of the game. So that's my perspective towards that.
Good. Okay, now talking about decision making. How is artificial intelligence reshaping executive decision making? And where should leaders draw the line between human judgment and algorithmic insight?
I would say AI is pretty good on, finding patterns, like, uncovering insight from data. So I would say let AI undo like the data and the patterns, but have people to decide why, the purpose and the ethics. AI is a powerful tool for like information, but your team's judgment is essential for making the final call. There should be that would be like the human in the loop. So it should be like a partnership between human and AI. And then I would say use AI for insights, but rely on human wisdom for the big decisions, something that is very critical to the organization. So, start with AI and then, use human judgment to decide or to select the best output from AI or augment it properly.
All right, now on the area of organizational culture, right? What role does leadership play? What role does leadership play in building a culture that encourages artificial intelligence adoption while managing employee resistance and fear of job displacement?
I would say we should build in organizations, build a culture where AI is seen as an helpful partner, not a threat to the employees. So show your team how AI can undo boring tasks, train them up to be more creative and innovative. And then when people see AI as a tool that helps them succeed, they will be more excited to adopt it. And that's basically what I do, in my own team at the moment. Like I make them see how AI can help them, do things better and let them focus on other areas that are not repetitive. Yeah.
Okay. Before we even round up, so let's even see ethics and governance, right? How can corporate leaders balance innovation with responsible artificial intelligence governance, data privacy, and even ethical considerations?
I would say in the areas of ethics and governance, basically what I would advise is, create a simple and core rule for your AI. So AI listens to you need to you can make it, also be very ethical. So create a simple and core rule for your AI. First, do good. That's it. Let it know that the first thing that it is, if you do good. Then build fairness and safety into your AI systems from the very beginning. Responsible innovation isn't just about slowing down. It's about building trust and ensuring your technology helps everyone. So that's my own take on in that perspective or in that area.
Talking about future readiness, that will be my final question for you this morning. Future readiness, right? Looking ahead, how should boards and executive teams measure artificial intelligence readiness, and also ensure their organizations remain adaptable in a rapidly evolving technological landscape?
Yes, so what I would say in the areas of like interaction or future readiness, I would say like companies, they should measure, like leaders should measure their company's AI readiness first by, how quickly it can learn and adopt different AI, right? Don't just count how many AI tools you have. Focus on how fast your team can turn new information into smart action. Like, you need to know how ready they are to adopt all these things. Like, a culture of quick learning and trying new things is the best way to stay ahead, to be honest, because there are always new tools, and some of all these AI solutions, they are basically competing with each other. Today, you can find a tool that can transform an audio in 2 minutes. Tomorrow, you find another one that translates it in 10 seconds. You might have to shift from using that tool to a new one. How fast can your team quickly learn that new tool and quickly integrate it within whatever you're doing? Because that's what will also make you stay ahead. Also, you need to stay up to date with all these news outside there so that you you're not left behind, because the main people that will stay ahead are people that are finding out the best way to do it and are doing it in an optimal way using AI. That's my own take in that perspective or in that area.
Said that, what in 1 minute, I mean, how has that Data Global Hub, done it differently? What's that particular thing Data Global Hub can use? I mean, or can just say, okay, this is what we do differently with artificial intelligence innovation.
So what we do differently, I would say one aspect is diversity. Like, we try to make sure that everyone is involved, or included in whatever we do. Like, in terms of the conferences that we organize, we bring leaders from different parts of the world, like speakers, from different countries, different continents, different companies, to come and, give their take, whether you're Black, whether you're white, whether you're disabled, it doesn't matter. And which is somehow incorporated in our AI, in the product that we are trying to build, which is having a platform that reports news in other languages, that is multilingual, and then also using AI avatars, like AI generated personnel to report news. That's one of the things we are doing differently. And also, within Data Global, we basically use AI in different aspects, from generating news to also managing some of the workflows that we do. We are using AI agents to power so many things. So those are some of the things we do differently. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We've been talking to Abisiga Majid. He is the CEO and founder, Data Global Hub, all the way from the United States. I want to thank you so much for joining us on the short notice. I want you to have a very wonderful New Year celebration. Thank you for joining us. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
And that's it for Business Morning and today. Thank you for staying with us as we track the latest trends, shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. So stay tuned for more updates on Big Story and join us again same time tomorrow for another edition of Business Money on The Breakfast Show. Good morning.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape.
Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Show on Business Day television. Now, this is the big story. On the big story this morning, Nigeria's 2026 national budget recently presented to the National Assembly by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is 58.18 trillion naira, aimed at consolidating macroeconomic stability, boosting investment, and tackling the country's pressing challenges, especially security and infrastructure. Now, the federal government has emphasized fiscal discipline and delivery, seeking to improve revenue performance through ongoing reforms in the oil and gas sector and new tax measures, while directing funding towards strategic priorities that it says will support stability and economic growth. Now, in our big story this morning, we'll take a look at the largest allocations by sectors and ask the question, how justifiable are these allocations? And where will the funding come from? I'm not on this alone. Joining me on this conversation this morning is our in-house analyst, Mohammed Akanji, good morning.
It's
How
nice
are you enjoying this festivity?
Oh, I mean, it's been low key for me, really. But it's been enjoyable. I think I've been enjoying a bit of part holiday, part of work. So it hasn't been the usual full structural work model that we do. So I think I can say that. And the activities have actually been buzzing around.
All right.
Just that over the weekend, I think we had a problem with power in my estate.
Everyone
Of course, there's a problem.
Wow. Yeah.
But the Escravo gas pipeline was just fixed yesterday on Sunday. So the whole of Nigeria was actually heavily affected. Don't forget that
Yes,
gas was everywhere was heavily affected.
And today we are carried at the National Grid.
The National Grid collapsed again yesterday. Thank God. I think you have reported that in the news today.
Yeah.
So it was initially Escravo gas plant, which is the major source, because 78% of our electricity generation is from gas.
Oh, wow.
So that was what happened since for the past 2 weeks. So they fixing that on Sunday, only for us to hear yesterday again that there is a good collapse again. We started recovering anyway this morning.
All right, quickly, away from that a little bit, I think we should just, delve into security and defense at 5.41 trillion naira. Now, let's start with defense and security, which again, like the previous year, is allocated the biggest pie of the...
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Information is everywhere, but insights
That is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week.
And you're welcome back to the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. This is the Big Story segment, and today's conversation is centered on expectations, anxiety as Nigerian new tax law takes effect. Amid controversy over insertion of clauses not originally passed by the National Assembly in the gazetted copy, Nigeria's new tax regime came into force on January 1st, 2026, promising to widen the tax net, boost government revenue, and reduce the country's heavy reliance on borrowing. But as businesses and citizens brace for change, critical questions remain. Will the new tax system ease the burden on compliant taxpayers or deepen the pressure on households and enterprises? How prepared are government agencies, states, and businesses for the transition? And ultimately, can this reform deliver growth, fairness, and stability in a fragile economy? This morning, we will examine what to expect as Nigeria's new tax rule takes effect. Our guest is Mohammed Akanji. He's the Business Day's in-house analyst. Good morning, Mohammed. It's good to have you on the Big Story.
Good morning, Deborah. Thank you very much for having me. My pleasure. Hope you had a very good morning.
And Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right.
Thank
So
you for having me.
What are the most significant changes introduced by the new tax regime, and how will they affect ordinary Nigerians and also businesses in the short term?
Okay. Thank you very much again for having me. And I think it is important to have a discussion around, these raging issues in the nation, the controversy that actually be able to surround the tax. But as a background, because of time, and I will just try to be able to cut them about it. Remember, in 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu
Come back to me. I think we lost Mohammed there. We'll go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if we can still connect with him. Okay, we have one. Mohammed, I can hear you.
Yeah, but can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Mohammed. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll still reconnect with Mohammed. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
All right, welcome back. This is still the big story, and we still have Mohammed Akonji, a Business Day seniors analyst, at the other end of the line. And before we went on that break, he was explaining to us how the new tax regime would affect ordinary Nigerians and also businesses in the short term. Mohammed, we still have you.
Yes, thank you, Deborah. So sorry about that glitch. I'm really sorry about that. I don't know if I can go on now to find the explanation.
All right, so how do you think, or what are the most significant changes introduced by the new tax regime, and how will they affect ordinary Nigerians and businesses in the short term?
Sure. Thank you very much, again, Deb. So I was explaining earlier, I provided a little bit of a background, and I think I would just be able to cut it short. That in 2023, the president set up the committee to be able to look into the lacuna that we have in the system. Remember again in 2023, there were two important vital messages that the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria passed during his inauguration. The first was the popular rhetoric of subsidy is gone. And the second was the fact that he realizes the multiplicity of taxes in the nation and the need for us to be able to harmonize them and solve this problem of people paying multiple taxes, burdening Nigerians with that challenge. I should mention this to you, Deborah, that just imagine a tuber of yam or tubers of yam that is being exported from the north to my two markets here in Lagos. There are a minimum of over 60 taxation collection points before the yam will get to Lagos. You can imagine that. For some items get to as high as about 212 tax collection points. Federal government will put collecting tax. State government will mention they want to collect the tax. It could be any local government, not to be able to have mention a lot of illegal taxes that we tend to be able to have here and there. And that was what the president sought in his own wisdom to see how can we harmonize this to make it actually be able to work for Nigerians, to let Nigerians be able to feel the effects of the dividend of democracy and the benefit of government. And that was what necessitated that. So in by 2023 December, the Nigerian existing laws have actually been there for years, were actually consolidated into 4 separate acts. The Nigerian Tax Administration Act, the Nigerian Revenue Service Act, the Nigerian Tax Authority Act, and the Joint Revenue Board Act. These 4 bills, initially they were bills, were signed by the president on June 28, 2025. 2 of them came into effect instantly in terms of changing of the name of the FIRS to the Nigerian Revenue Services and things like that. But the other 2 that are very critical, which is actually the aspect that is talking about how much tax you are going to pay, came into effect yesterday. And just like you have in your headlines and in your stories, it has actually been a serious issue, a more controversy and anxiety that has been generated. But I can tell you, Deb, that this is actually one of the very best things that could be able to happen to Nigeria for the following reasons. If you look at the component of the tax, let's start with the basic ones that everybody talk about, the Personal Income Tax Act, which is the one we have now. As of December 31, what we have was a pay system, pay as you earn, that has actually been scrapped. That has actually been repealed, and now we have the personal income tax. I can tell you now that because on that way there is from 0 to 800,000 annual salary. If you have an annual gross income of that amount, you are not paying any tax. In fact, now households of with about 250,000 naira salary in a month, they are paying a tax, no tax to the government. And the range of those taxes, because it's a progressive system where the wealthy ones amongst us are those that will actually be able to have the burden of the tax. Now, look at the tax rate of personal income tax is about 25%. The people that are able to pay the 25% maximum tax rate could be any Nigerian that is earning 20 million naira in a month or 250 million naira in a year or thereabouts. That is why we're even paying the maximum amount of taxes. And I was talking to someone, that was yesterday, that let us check the tax rates, the tax amount you pay in December of 2025, when the whole tax system was ended, and what we're going to pay in January of 2025. I can tell you here, Deb, that there will be a marked reduction in what we're going to be able to pay in terms of taxes, personal income tax. So it is made to be progressive, as opposed to the regressive tax system that we have in the past. I told you, if you're earning 800,000 naira in a month, in a year, that's around 800,000 and 40,000, which is equivalent to like 70,000 minimum wage in a year. You pay about the tax of 3,000 naira there about to the government in the old system. But now it is 0. And I told you household as well. Households with total income of about 250,000 naira in a month. I'm telling you that, 250,000. For businesses, if they don't have a turnover, we're talking about the SMEs now, who constitute about 90% of most of the business incorporations, business enterprises that we have in Nigeria. If your turnover is not
come back to me. Do we still have you, Mr. Mo? All right, we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll bring you more on The Breakfast Show. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy
and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job, build your business. Ours, handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right...
Welcome back, and this is the social listening segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm here with
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, let's go straight into the conversations the Nigerians are engaging with online. And the first conversation gaining attention is the promise by Israel's Prime Minister to join forces with the US in the fight against persecution of Christians in Nigeria. Netanyahu says top on his government's agenda in 2026 is to support U.S. efforts in the fight against persecution of Christians in Nigeria and other countries. The Prime Minister stated this in a chat with evangelical community leaders in Florida after his meeting with President Donald Trump on Wednesday. Netanyahu's support for U.S. fight against persecution of Christians in Nigeria and other countries came barely a week after U.S. carried out airstrikes against terrorists in Nigeria. Let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this. Now, the first tweet from Williams, and he said, "This news has sent shockwaves down the spine of Islamist terrorist financiers and most Muslim elites in Nigeria. They're already panicking hearing the name Israel and Netanyahu. Nigeria is the epicenter of Islamist insurgency in Africa, and it must be dissolved for Africa to be free." Another one from Jeremy White, and he said, "If those Sharia apologists in Nigeria think they are untouchable, let them dare Netanyahu. The fear of Netanyahu should be the beginning of wisdom for them. They should study how Hezbollah has been steadily neutralized." And finally from Godsin, and he said, "The ovation is getting loudest. While Trump may dwell on rhetoric for long, Netanyahu doesn't talk too much. He believes more in action. If Nigeria is now in his radar, then terrorists and jihadists should be very worried. Even those in Aso Rock won't be spared."
Very quickly, without wasting time, let's just say it the way it is. I think we are seeing an era of double standards.
Okay.
I mean, truth be told, if anybody has qualified to talk about issues going on with a different country where there's supposed, genocide, it is not Netanyahu. And it's not about we having a platform to bring him down. The world has seen it. So many times they have actually accused him of, war, what's called again, war crimes. He never went and answered anyone. Talking about, yes, again, let me start on a softer note. Truth be told, yes, we have issues with terrorism in our country. Our own military is not sitting on their hands. They're doing their best. All our personnel are on ground, whether from the office to the theater of war, pushing hard so that things can, normalize back to we can have full normalcy, and of course, combat criminals. Most definitely, we have our issues, and we are seeking help from different places. But if our government has not reached out to Israel to help us, Netanyahu has not in any way, right, qualified to even be a moral compass for anything regarding this. Are we forgotten so soon? Even when we saw that, look, the world was saying, allow these people breathe, he was still bombarding, Gaza, and then almost pushing the Palestinians, or whatever you want to call it, Palestinians, to a point of no return, right? Even when they were trying to, the world was trying to give aid in that particular region, he was still bombarding them. So what we're talking about, if it wasn't for Iran that stepped in when they tried to try Iran too, and other countries that started pushing back and forth, of course, his uncle, Donald Trump, yes, I'll call him that, had to say, look, enough is enough. Netanyahu wasn't willing to even back down. So what gives him the moral compass to now say, for what it is, right? Try to look for an excuse to come turn our wonderful country to, their quote and unquote, their pot of soup where they can create chaos. We don't have a Muslim-Christian problem in our country. Let's be honest. I mean, I don't have to be a journalist to know this. Any other person out there who's a Nigerian knows this. We don't have a Muslim against Christian issue. No, we have a terrorism issue that is affecting both Christians and Muslims.
So you do not support Netanyahu
exactly.
Actually
at all.
joining forces
at all.
Well, Christians are actually really being persecuted.
And Muslims are also being murdered also.
Okay.
Not just last week we heard of a bomb blast in a mosque, a suicide bomber in a mosque. And before then, we know that record has shown, right, look, as far back as 2015 to present day, as much as Boko Haram has inflicted a lot of terror within that region, what does it stand for? Boko Haram, what do they stand for? Look, they don't want Western education. Boko Haram, it is, for them, it's saying to have education. That's what they want. They don't want that. And this cuts across whether you are Muslim or Christian, or you're Hindu, or you're even an atheist. So long as you're bringing Western education, they don't want it. So their move is against that. And in that move, innocent people are dying. In that so-called evil agenda, right, Christians along the way are also dying. Right. Muslims along the way are also dying. So if Netanyahu now comes and now says he's joining Donald Trump, first and foremost, we need to even hear, and I don't know why our government is so slow to respond to certain things. As soon as he put up that so-called statement, we should have our foreign minister immediately counter him if we are not in support of it.
Right.
Let our people know, look, we are not in support of this, or you know what, we are in support of it.
Or maybe we'll just take silence as, a form of support.
Silence, they say, sometimes is consent.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Maybe silence is silence.
Anyways, Netanyahu has not earned the place. Double standard.
Okay.
The world is still holding him responsible for what he has done. She go and answer.
All right. Another topic that Nigerians are reacting to in social media is the comeback of famous streamer and TikToker Pella months after crashing his car. After weeks of silence and intense public scrutiny, Pella, with the birth name Abib Amzem, made a bold comeback to social media with a gym photo. The 20-year-old creator shares a shirtless mirror shot today with a newly linked heartbreak tattoo on his chest as he clocked over 100 live views on his TikTok. On December 14th, Pella was at the center of a widely circulated car crash on the Lekki-Ekpe Expressway, captured live during an emotional Instagram session after a reported argument with his girlfriend, Jabez. Let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to this. Now, the first reaction from the Ope is a very long read, and the first reaction reads, "Mistakes are made for us to grow. That's life. Forgive yourself and keep living. Keep trying. You'll be wiser." Another reaction, the long read, Pella has announced a strategic emotional recess with impressive composure. Friends now, apologies rendered, disappearance requested, and a bold declaration of a girl-free 2026 space on record. It reads less like heartbreak and more like someone finally choosing sleep over chaos. There is a quiet alignment here with the thinking behind 1st October. Before you can build anything meaningful, whether love, legacy, or impact, you must first be whole. That's a long read. I guess we understand what he's trying to say. And finally, one of the reactions, read, "The king is back."
It's funny when I see, statements like that, "the king is back." Who's the king? I'm even shocked to hear that the guy is 20 years
Yeah, he's
old.
20
years old.
Yeah.
Again, fame, one way or the other, whether
I
you're
think it's
influencer.
digitization.
Pardon?
Digitization. It
Yeah.
makes anybody, once you can get
age.
your hands on it, you're sure to make money.
But for what it is, I think he needs to get a mentor. He needs to go through a proper mentor program to know how to handle fame, know how to handle breakups, know how to handle relationship in the first place.
I think everybody has gotten to that point where they're actually heartbroken. I think it's a process that one has to go through to actually understand life and love per se. So I don't really think it's that deep for him to actually like speak somebody. But him, the part where he tried to like unalive himself because of it, I think everyone has gotten to that point in their life. I can speak for myself where you get your heart broken and then you want to, that's your first heartbreak.
So
because it's quite young, let's remember that. You get your first heartbreak and then you're like, well, I'm going to kill myself. So I think it's at that point in his life and it's okay for him to go through the process. Yeah.
So I mean, it's good that we can watch him become an adult on national TV or watch him become an adult in public. Because I would say he's still becoming an adult, really. But however, having said so, we've seen people younger than him who have hit fame. I mean, how old was Wizkid when Wizkid became, started becoming popular?
Social media wasn't really like a thing
At that
when.
time. Yes.
Now you can stream everything. Everyone is busy doing Get Ready With Me, a day in my life. You're not living with them, but you have
a glimpse of what's going on in
their lives.
I agree with you. So for me, I think if he's experiencing a comeback now, now he has decided to say, look,
I can do this better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm also happy for him that the gym is also a factory.
True.
I keep saying this thing. Whoever wants to listen, we all go through tough times one way or the other, whether economic downtime or financial problems or relationship, as the case may be. How you handle it matters. But you see, it's important to know that whatever is happening to you is in the moment. Only you and you alone know how it pinches. So do not make lifetime decision out of temporal situation.
Yeah.
See now. So once you understand that, you apply this to every other thing that you do, whether it is in your marriage, or it's in a relationship, or maybe it is in your business. Look, you will face challenges. Whoever says challenges wouldn't come, it's a lie, it's a setup.
Right.
These things will happen. But this is the catcher now and the kicker at the same time. When those challenges face you, would you be down for the count or would you rise up for the next session?
Right.
That is what 2026 is about. So I will tell him, if he's listening, my man, 2026 is upon you. Rise above everything. Be more mature, more smart. Before you make a decision, think twice.
All right. Before you make a decision, think twice. We're actually pressed for time. Let's quickly look at the third conversation, which is the arrest of Anthony Joshua's driver a few days after a tragic accident that claimed the lives of two of his close associates. According to the police spokesperson, the driver is currently in custody in connection with the Anthony Joshua accident case while investigations are ongoing. It was also gathered that the vehicle conveying the renowned Boxer, a Lexus SUV with registration number KRD 850HN, collided with a stationary truck, killing two foreign nationals identified as Ayodele Kelvin Olu and also Gami Shina, a British citizen. Let's take a look at how Nigerians are reacting to this. The first reaction from Aisha, she said the driver of Anthony Joshua's SUV and the driver of the parked truck should be investigated. Two people died, Anthony sustained injuries, and people are criticizing Nigeria over something that's not the nation's fault. People are stating one of the deceased was decapitated, the other's brain were coming out. This should be a criminal charge. Another one from the quiet trucks, and he said, too many unanswered questions. Accidents happen, but this feels like one that may have been avoidable. The survivor's guilt AJ may face, or the survivor's guilt as AJ may face can take years to heal. And finally, from Yari, and he said, firstly, we should hear from the driver and know what happened before passing any allegation. Might be a car fault rather than human. And secondly, who is the driver that parked the truck? Any photo of him? No. So how do you know who you are looking for? Now, lastly, we've heard many accidents like this, even the ones where it's the truck that runs into other cars and people. nothing was ever done about it. Now that Anthony Joshua is involved, the Nigerian authority involved suddenly knows the right thing to do. The poor really gets through a lot. I didn't see they holding. It's okay for you to like bring in the driver and, you know, ask questions, but they putting him in custody. Don't you think that's quite
No, I mean, the driver already is going through trauma. You will not tell me that he actually, in his sane mind, decided to drive into a stationary truck. Nobody in his sane mind wants to do that, because the truth of the matter is, it was already the time he was suicidal. And so if he had suicidal tendencies, why did he even have to
drive them
in the first place?
I think this is just an issue of
they're looking for who to blame. That's the truth.
Who to pin it on.
I think as it is right now, the nation should rally, you know, around Anthony Joshua and how he's feeling at the moment. This is not a time for any other nation or any other country to now say, we told you, when Nigeria happens to you, forget all that. Accidents happen around the world. After all, it's the same different countries where you see the bridge fall down. You see where someone, it's all over social media. You see people of influence driving and they fall asleep, or they're driving under the influence of alcohol. We see this every now and then. Because this has to do with a celebrity, does not mean, oh, Nigeria is a failed state. No, I disagree, right? And of course, when people say, how come they didn't respond quickly with ambulance, or how come we didn't have cameras, for crying out loud sake, other countries, do they have ambulance at every kilometer? Let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's not be quick to throw Nigeria under the bus because it has happened. This accident maybe wasn't meant to happen, but it has happened. That's why it's called an accident. If it was premeditated, that's where questions will come in. If there was a case of saying they plan to, you know, kill Anthony Joshua, that's a different matter for a different day. But whoever wanted to do that could have simply just done what? But we go buy an IED, you know, which is an explosive, whatever it is, and put in the car. But that's not the case. The car did not explode in motion. The vehicle was not shot at. It was an accident. But could it have been avoided? Yes. So I think Nigerian government, and of course, those who are making all the rounds, should come out and now say, look, well, again, I like the fact that Lagos State government has said, you know, they've shown their own concern. Look, we are so sorry about what happened. We show our condolences towards, you know, you and those, and exactly those who were involved in the matter. We pray he heals on time. I saw the statement they put out there, which was good, because it was Lagos-Ibadan. It's Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. And also Ogun State also, they're also, you know, people are talking, and, you know, back and forth. But however, what is more important is lesson learned. What are we learning from this? Are we now saying that we can afford to make sure that trucks are not left on the road if they break down for more than 10 minutes or 20 minutes? Can we now say that FRSC increase your patrol timing from point to point? These are areas I want to hear. Can we also now say that, look, we have what we call linked to Google Map. Can we have people in offices, right, every 20 minutes, check the Google Map to make sure that vehicles are not broken down on the road? These things are out there to have real-time, you know, information so that it doesn't happen again. Yes, Anthony Joshua is someone of influence. Yes, he's a celebrity, right? Our heart goes out to those who died in the accident, his friends, and we pray that, you know, his mental well-being, exactly, and the trauma doesn't put him down. But there's lesson to be learned here. And all fingers are pointed to those who can make our roads safer.
All right, those are the stories the Nigerians are talking about today. Thank you for watching the social listening segment on The Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. I remain Deborah Eze, and I didn't do this alone. I did it with
Onyeka Valentine. All
right, join us next time, and still a Happy New Year to you.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to and you?
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it,
Good morning and Happy New Year. Thank you for joining us on the Business News Hour this morning. I'm Glory Brown, and here are the top business stories making headlines today. Stocks extend rally close 2025 with 36.62 trillion naira gain. Markets bet on prolonged tight policy as CBN defends inflation. Market realities with the real ECOWAS affordable travel plans in 2026. NNPC Limited plans new oil feeds target $30 billion investment by 2030. Implementation of tax reforms critical to reducing reliance on borrowing, federal government insists. Let's begin with news in Nigeria, where Nigerians' equity markets delivered an exceptional performance in 2025, rewarding investors with a 51.19% return, up from 37.65% in 2024. The market's value surged by 36.62 trillion naira during the year, with total capitalization climbing to 99.4 trillion naira compared with 62.76 trillion naira at the close of 2024. Reflecting on the milestone year, Timi Popola Group Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Exchange Group, said the market's resilience stood out in 2025 despite domestic and global headwinds. He said the performance highlighted the critical role of policy consistency, targeted reforms, and strategic collaboration in boosting investors' confidence and sustaining market growth. Popola added that ongoing economic reforms, improvement in market structure, and sustained investment in technology have strengthened transparency, expanded market access, and supported capital formation. Looking ahead, he said the NGS Group would deepen collaboration across the financial ecosystem to sustain momentum into 2026 and further position Nigeria's capital market as a catalyst for economic growth and wealth creation. Moving on, Nigerians' benchmark interest rate is expected to remain above 22% through 2026 as the Central Bank of Nigeria prioritizes inflation control and currency stability over growth acceleration, according to economists and analysts surveyed by BusinessDay. The CBN has kept monetary policy tight after a series of aggressive hikes aimed at curbing inflation and restoring confidence in the naira. The Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee held key interest rate steady throughout 2024 and only cut rate by 50 basis points in September 2025, bringing the benchmark down from 27.5%. The move followed a sustained decline in inflation and marked the first rate cut under the Olayemi Cardoso-led MPC. The decision to keep rates unchanged at 27% at its November policy meeting, while adjusting the asymmetric corridor, underscores the Central Bank of Nigeria's reluctance to declare victory over inflation despite prices easing for an 8th consecutive month. In a major development, the economic community of West African states may encounter significant challenges in delivering on its pledge to reduce airfares in early January 2026, according to BusinessDay findings. While the regional body intends to stimulate the sector by abolishing air ticket taxes, the inherent complexity of aviation pricing, comprising various volatile cost drivers, threatens the feasibility of this timeline. The policy shift was recently articulated by Chris Appiah, ECOWAS Director of Transport and Communications, during the ECOWAS Council of Ministers meeting in Abuja. Appiah noted that the directive sanctioned by the Authority of Heads of State and Government in December 2024 is the accumulation of years of technical analysis. Beyond regulatory charges, airfares pricing is largely shaped by highly insurance premiums, often heightened by perceived regional instability, alongside fluctuating aviation fare costs and persistent volatility in foreign exchange rates. According to industry operators, Nigeria's designation has a high-risk environment combined with steep premiums from domestic underwriters has significantly distorted the cost structure for local airlines. And now in the oil and gas sector, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has announced plans to develop new oil fields starting in 2026 with a target of raising at least $30 billion by 2030. The move by Africa's largest oil producer represents a significant shift in strategy aimed at reversing years of chronic underinvestment that have left several discoveries undeveloped across the country's prolific oil sector. As a part of the strategy, the company is reviewing its portfolio and plans to sell non-performing oil fields, a move expected to help it raise more than half of its $30 billion target through asset sales and fresh investment. NNPC Limited investment push comes against the backdrop of declining oil output and years of capital flight from Nigerian upstream sector, driven by regulatory uncertainty, security challenges, and delayed project approvals. NNPC has set ambitious production targets, aiming for a 5% increase to 1.8 million barrels per day in 2026 compared with 2025 levels. The longer-term goal is more aggressive, reaching 4 million barrels of daily output by 2030, which would be effectively doubled current production levels. Analysts suggest that the success of NNPC's plans will depend on addressing security concerns in the Niger Delta, improving the regulatory environment, and demonstrating credible project economics to potential investors and lenders. Meanwhile, the federal government, through the Budget Office, has stressed the need for the implementation of the new tax law, starting and stating that properly implemented tax reforms are necessary to reduce dependence on borrowing and inflationary financing while easing indirect burdens on vulnerable citizens. This comes amid recent calls for the suspension of the tax reforms, following allegations that the published tax laws differs from those approved by the National Assembly and assented to by President Bola Tinubu Ahmed. Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation, Tanimu Yakubu, in a statement to journalists on Wednesday, warned that governance and reforms should not be hindered by unresolved speculations. Yakubu emphasized that taxation is a democratic covenant between citizens and the state, noting that compliance hinges on transparency and trust. He urged citizens and businesses to rely on verified information and avoid speculating on unauthenticated reports. The DG explained that the office had taken note of concerns raised by the minority caucus of the House of Representatives, stressing that the sanctity of the law is general and central to the constitutional democracy and not a mere periodical formality. Yakubu reaffirmed the agency's commitment to fiscal transparency, institutional integrity, and reforms that advance national prosperity while safeguarding citizens' rights. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates shaping the business and economic landscape. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour, where we bring you the stories that matters to the market and economy. Moving on, the Naira ended 2025 on a firmer note, closing at 1,429 Naira per dollar on December 31st, a 7.4% appreciation from the 1,535 Naira per dollar recorded on the final trading day of 2024. This is according to the official exchange rate data from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The 2025 performance marks the Naira's first annual gain since 2012, when it appreciated slightly to 1,570.2 Naira from 158.9 Naira in 2011. CBN data indicate that while the Naira remained volatile for much of that year, a significant recovery trend began in the last quarter, especially from September through December. The first annual gain in about 13 years reflect the impact of foreign exchange reforms introduced by the Central Bank of Nigeria in 2024. Since the reforms were implemented, the gap between the official and parallel market exchange rate has narrowed to below 5%, sharply reducing speculative activities and allowing supply and demand dynamics to play a more dominant role in price discovery. Analysts also attribute the Naira's turnaround to a combination of tighter monetary policies, improved FX inflows, and reduced speculative demand in the market. In other news, the Securities and Exchange Commission has unveiled an ambitious 2026 agenda focused on mobilizing long-term capital to address Nigeria's persistent infrastructure deficit. The moves follows a year in which corporates relied heavily on short-term financing instruments, including commercial papers. In a New Year address in Abuja on Thursday, SEC Director General Dr. Emomotimi Agama said the Commission will prioritize channeling patient capital into critical sectors such as road construction, power, rail, housing, and agriculture. The strategic shift may involve the modernizing regulatory framework to make markets more accessible for long-term issuers. According to Dr. Agama, the role and the goal is to channel stable capital into national projects. Agama said the year 2026 represents not just a calendar transition, but an opportunity to redefine the capital market's purpose in national development. And up next, Presco PLC, Nigeria's leading fully integrated edible oils and fat company, has announced the successful completion of its recently concluded rights issue, which recorded an impressive 103% subscription level, reflecting strong shareholder participation and an overwhelming confidence in the company's strategic direction and long-term growth outlook. The rights issued attracted demand in excess of the offer size, underscoring sustained investors' appetite for Presco's PLC equity and a clearer willingness by shareholders to increase their investment in the business. The oversubscription is particularly noteworthy in a cautious capital market environment characterized by tightening liquidity and selective investors' participation. Market participants viewed the strong response as a clear endorsement of Presco PLC business fundamentals, disciplined execution, and strengthened governance. The outcome reinforces confidence in the company's operational resilience and integrated business model and ability to continuously deliver on its commitments to sustainable long-term values. Beyond signaling investors' confidence, the successful rights issue strengthened Presco PLC financial position, providing greater balance sheet capacity to support business expansion and disciplined strategic execution. Meanwhile, Guarantee Trust Holding Company PLC has obtained the approvals of both the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Securities and Exchange Commission to undertake a private placement of its ordinary shares subject to the fulfillment of the applicable conditions, precedented and regulatory requirements. The company had earlier on August 29, 2025 announced that 8 banking subsidiaries are satisfied and surpassed the new CBN minimum capital requirement for commercial banks with international authorization, having already increased its capital to 504.4 billion naira. According to a statement signed by the company's group general secretary, the proposed private placement is being undertaken pursuant to the company's shareholders' resolution passed at its annual general meeting held on the 9th of May 2024, which authorized the board to establish a capital raising program of up to $750 million or its equivalent through the issuance of ordinary shares, preference shares, convertible, non-convertible bond, or any other instrument. The statement added the company has entered into an agreement and arrangement in connection with a best effort private placement for gross proceeds of up to 10 billion naira from the sales of up to 125 million of the ordinary shares of the company at 80 naira per shares. And finally, to wrap up the business news hour, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board has launched the Nigerian Content Research, Innovation and Technology Challenges 2025-2026, calling on innovators, research institutions, academia, oil and gas service providers, and the general public to submit technology-driven proposals aimed at solving key industry challenges. The initiative, which commenced in December 2025, seeks to identify, nurture, and commercialize homegrown innovations across the oil and gas sector as its linkage industries. Successful applicants will be admitted into the NCDMB Technology Innovation and Incubation Center located in Genegua, Bayelsa State. According to the board, submitted proposals must align with approved thematic areas and priority industry needs. The board said proposals limited to 1,500 words should be submitted within 1 month of publication. From the entries, 30 proposals will be shortlisted for mentorship, narrowed to 10 in the second stage and 5 finalists at the final pitch. The 5 top winners will receive cash prizes, mentorship, and media exposure, while the top 10 participants will be onboarded into the TIIC for further support towards commercialization. And with this is much we can take on the Business News Hour this morning. I'm Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us and stay tuned to Business Day Television for more updates.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and experiences of various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends,
the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Àwọn mélòó ni jẹ́ kẹ́ lè so.
You're calling again. Hello?
Do you have the money?
Mommy.
This is the last time you talk to your husband.
Hey. I don't want you worrying about me.
Do you think this is the Sheik's operation? He never comes this fast time.
Saboda shi kansa Sheik sai da ya kashe wasu sannan ya zamo sarki a inda yake a yanzu.
Did Kosi know that he was going to be kidnapped?
Akwai wanda muka yi magana da shi yana saya. Sai da su zai.
We need to escape from here, please.
Ẹni láti kú òbí kíákíá o. Wọ́n ti wá yín wá.
Hello everyone and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra on BusinessDay TV. My name is Anthony Oduba. This might as well be our last show for the year and we're going to make it special for you. Today on the show we have a special guest again and we have on the show today Daniel Etim Efyong. It's nice to have you on the show today. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for having me on your show.
Yeah, it's nice and honestly it couldn't be a better time because most of we Nollywood lovers, we just we are still on the zeitgeist of the head and all, so everybody is like still hyped and all. So basically, it's something that we have to talk about. We have to talk about the film, the movie, your career, and you're starting your career as a filmmaker. So I would want to know, from being in front of the camera, now you are behind the camera, you are now calling the shots, you're directing, so just tell us how has it been like for you and how has it affected your storytelling approach in Nollywood filmmaking?
I had a wonderful career as an actor in Nollywood. I started my foray into Nollywood in 2012 as a content producer and an actor, and I took a break in 2013. I went to film school for 4 years in South Africa and came back in 2017. When I came back in 2017, it was full time for me into Nollywood. Yeah. I felt I started to plateau and that I was getting roles that wasn't exciting for me anymore. And I was bored of rom-coms and some of these titles I was working on. So I decided either to take a break from acting or to do something else. So
this was 2014-ish?
No, this was 2022.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay, we've moved on. Okay.
Yeah. When I came back from South Africa in 2017, I started Nollywood, full blast.
Okay.
And after a while, from 2017, I started to feel tired and felt, the projects I was working on were just lacking inspiration, and I just felt at 2022, I reached a stage that I thought, okay, I'd had enough. I was either going to take a break from the industry or just do something else, do a switch, and I thought to do a switch, which was to start to tell stories that I cared about, start to tell stories that I wanted to be in.
So let's talk about The Head, the internationally acclaimed film, because it went viral basically, and because of the theme of the movie. You directed, and it was an intense role you played as also the lead actor. So can you tell us what was the toughest emotional boundaries you had to push as both a creator and a performer for this film? Basically, you had real life, you're coming from real life stories and trauma, for the film. Basically, we had an interview of you telling a story about how you traveled when you're younger, experiencing the road versus how the experience is like right now, given the situation of the country. The timing, again, could not be, nobody could predict it, basically. So basically, how are you able to mirror this real life traumas or real life experiences to, what we are saying today? And how has this changed your storytelling approach, for Nollywood films? And basically coming in behind, telling your own stories. Just tell us how it's like for you as a director and as a producer.
In my life, I've encountered some really traumatic events. The arrest of my dad, the loss of my mom. Just living in Nigeria can be quite traumatic. Schooling in the north, experiencing religious crisis in the north, traveling by road in Nigeria. In the height of even the Bakassi issue in the southeast, so as an artist at heart, I think the way I go through life is quite interesting. Even before I knew I was an artist, because just going through life, I tend to absorb things, I just observe and soak things in, soak experiences in, and now I'm an artist. Those experiences that I've gained through the years are now the colors of my palette that I use to paint, or use my brush to pick and paint my storytelling picture. And that's what I did with The Herd, is that even in telling the story, I borrowed from some of those experiences I've had personally. Missing my father, my mom passing away, those tragic experiences for me were what I pulled on, to perform, this role as Gussie, the guy who was abducted by herdsmen and taken into the wild, and, whose wife was out in Lagos with the kids and just wishing and trying everything she could to bring him back home. Yeah. So these were some of the personal experiences I had to invoke to play this role, even as an actor. And of course, as a director, the research that went into making this film, reading testimonies of people who have been abducted, talking to people who have been abducted, reading even social media accounts of bandits in the wild, and kidnappings and things like this. These were what I would call fodder that fed the inspiration behind creating this kind of story. And it so happened that the film came out at a point or at a time when Nigeria was stuck in the middle of dealing with this national crisis. And it was so uncanny that it came out at that time, because it wasn't planned at all. It just happened to be. And of course the film became topical and everyone had something to say about it.
Yeah, I think the movie also explored family dynamics in terms of like your character who was married to an Osu tribe, and was that something that came from a personal experience or just stories that you've heard?
Oh no, it wasn't. It didn't come from personal experience. So what the writer did there was to borrow instances in our culture that spoke to how we other people, and how we set ourselves as better than other people. Meanwhile, it's so easy to cast aspersions or, point fingers and say, oh, look at those people, they're so this and they're so that. Meanwhile, to our own brothers and sisters, quote unquote, we have prejudice against, or we, have issues with. And we have the effrontery to say, oh, look, Northerners are behaving the way they're behaving. We are so different. But you, even in your household, you have prejudice against people with your own, language and within your own tribe, So essentially, the through line of the film or the story is that division is not a thing to be said about this people or that people. It's our issue to deal with. It's our collective problem, this thing of not accepting other people and intolerance. It's a collective issue, this thing about intolerance, and that's what births things like religious crises and herdsmen and farmer clashes and kidnappings, is because you do not tolerate someone else's opinion and someone else's views and someone else's beliefs. That's the issue. Is because you see yourself as right and every other person as wrong, and you've refused to come to the table to discuss, or come to the table to negotiate, or come to the table to see eye to eye with someone you have a different opinion to or with. So that's the issue, and that's what the film went on to say. It's in the title that the herd, meaning we should be a herd, we should be a family, we should be of one voice and of one heart as Nigerians. And that's how to deal with our issues, rather than saying them versus us, up versus down, high versus low, all these divisions are undoing us as a people. But the true message is we must come together as one to fight our challenges. So what the writer went on to do was, in every area of the story, had these different issues that shone the light on intolerance. So it's not just bandits versus people in the South. No, it's also within the South. It's also the Osu versus the Wadialas. It's also the rich versus the poor. It's also the haves versus the haves not, you know. So it's just different areas where we exploit one another because we are different.
Yeah. And, you know, spoiler alert, but there was like this part about the pastor, and I think that was a very brilliant, like, you know, way to not make, you know, the antagonist feel from, oh, it's just this particular ethnic group, which I also like, because I was like, you are not just telling a story by, you know, bringing an ethnic group down. You are basically telling us like, this is us. Basically.
Absolutely. We are all complicit in this issue. We are all complicit. Christians, Muslims, you know, Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, everyone. We are all complicit. And the moment we awaken to that fact, the better we'll be as a people to say that, you know, it's not just the Fulanese. They might be the face of it, but it's not just them that are responsible for it. We're all responsible, because the Fulanese won't just come from wherever they've come from and appear in your village without help, without having inroads. And the way they escape as well, the people who do the kidnappings, the way they escape, they disappear and appear. They wouldn't do it if they don't have help, you know, if they don't have informants. And then, you know, so it's just the fact that evil has no tribe. Evil has no language. Evil has no religion. Same thing as good. Good has no tribe, has no name, has no creed, has no language. It cuts across all peoples. So that's the message. You know, it wasn't the essence of the film wasn't to point fingers at anyone. It was to point fingers at ourselves and call out people to look inward and decide on if you're going to stand for good or stand for evil.
Nice. And you know, that I think that basically does the whole explanation for that particular aspect. So now let's go into like the distribution part of the story. Netflix, before Netflix came in, The Herd was in the cinemas. It drove like, you know, a good number of sales, making like over 190 million in the box office after 5 weeks, which is quite impressive, you know, for a first timer coming into the studio. So basically, you know, from that to Netflix, tell us how that chain of events happened. How did it come?
So initially, the film was designed to go directly to streamers. I was really? I was of the opinion that, because the film is a serious film and I felt it appealed to a certain demography and the style the film was told, I wanted to go straight to the streamers. I didn't want to go to cinemas because I didn't want to be tempted to start putting comedy unnecessarily and start putting spectacle unnecessarily where there was no need to. So I had zeroed my mind and said, I'll make a film and make a true film to the event, you know, that the film was inspired by. And I would go to streamers direct. But as we're making the film, the whole streamer burst happened, and the streamers, of course, changed their policies towards films coming out of Nollywood. And so we had to adjust. So we decided, fine, you know, since the streamers were no more taking contents directly, we had to go to cinemas because we had to make money back. So going to cinemas meant we had to re-strategize, you know, come up with our own way to present the film to the cinema audience. And I was skeptical at first, but funny enough, it picked, you know, people jumped on it. At first, it was slow, but then it started to pick when people started to watch it and talk about it. So of course we didn't have a large marketing budget to push the film, but what we had was a very strong word of mouth. So people would go in and then come out and then talk about the film, you know, and that was what was driving the sales at the box office. People couldn't stop talking about it. People would review unsolicited, would do unsolicited reviews. People would, you know, post about it, and it was just like catching on like wildfire. And then that first week we got crazy numbers. I think it was 30-something million we made that opening weekend. And then the week after that, the weekend after that was even more. So it was doing very well and very impressive, right? And next thing I get is a call from my distributors asking to have a meeting. And during the meeting, they were like, oh, we have some good news. Netflix had indicated interest in putting the film on. And I'm like, oh my God.
How was it? What was the expression like?
I was like, wait, what? You know, because it had never happened that quickly before.
Yeah.
Not for any film that quickly, you know, not after 2 weeks in the cinemas. And I was like, whoa, wait, what? You know, and the story was that there was a film that was supposed to go into that window, but something happened and the film fell out or fell through. And then there was a gap that had to be filled. And they had requested for the herd to filling that gap. And I was just like, this is so uncanny. Like, how does that happen? What are the odds that, you know, you'll have a film and after 2 weeks, Netflix will be interested in it, you know? So I had a meeting with my investors and we're like, why not? You know, let's grab it. So we accepted the offer from Netflix and we signed a deal, and they had given us a date, that this date was going to be the day for the release of the film, which was the 21st of November, you know. So we already knew that we had about, I think at that time we had 3 weeks or so to that date.
Okay, so this was the second week.
The second week in the cinemas. So we knew that we had to push and make as much money from the cinemas as possible, because once it gets on Netflix, then there'll be no point to drive cinema sales anymore. So we pushed and tried to push cinemas, and we got 190 something million from the cinemas, which was super impressive. Like you said, seeing that, number one, we didn't have a huge marketing budget. Number two, it was a first-time filmmaker. Number three, it wasn't a comedy or rom-com or one of those genres that appeal to cinema goers. You know, it was, and I think the rating was 18. You know, so all of these things, and the film still made that much money in 5 weeks. Very impressive. And yet, after that, we had a deal from Netflix. It was just a dream come true for me, and I am super grateful for the opportunity. Fast forward to a few days before the release of the film, we started to hear, you know, news of, you know, different kidnappings, you know, in Nigeria, and I was just like, oh my God, what are the odds that all these things are happening just as the film is about to be released? And then came the uncertainty about how people will receive the film, because I do know there's
you're going to have that meeting, basically, like,
I do know that there's something about how people deal with traumatic reminders. You know, when people go through a traumatic experience, having to remind them of that thing so soon afterwards can be counterproductive sometimes. You know, for example, someone has just lost a loved one and you're showing him a film about loss, you know, he can react negatively towards it. So I wasn't exactly sure about, you know, how people would receive it when I started to hear the news of the kidnappings. But then we couldn't stop it because it was already a go from a month before. You know, so when the release happened on the 21st, and of course people started to talk about it, it was first and foremost because it had brought things that were happening so far away, so close for people to experience. You know, these kidnappings that you hear happening in the north and happening in places, remote places that you've never been to because you're living in the south, or you've just never had the opportunity, or you've never known anyone who it has affected. This brought it close to you, and almost like, and you know how movies are, where people live vicariously through these characters. It was almost like you were being kidnapped. It was almost like you were being held at gunpoint. It was almost like you were being taken into the woods, you know. So it was very, very triggering for many people and very topical. So of course people talked about it on social media, and of course there were the people who had said, oh, they think it should be banned. But I'm so convinced that those people said those things as a result of just watching the trailer. They didn't go on to actually watch the film just yet, because I know a few of them who came back and said, oh, well, we've seen it. Yes, we've seen it. Not bad at all. Very good film. I'm like, no, but you must go say this publicly. So yeah, very, very interesting reaction.
Yeah, so let's move on to like basically as you are now like basically director, also a producer as well. You're wearing these hats now, and talking about Netflix and Amazon, basically trying to get your films in international. What do you think are the most let me not say most, one underrated challenge for securing deals like this for international deals? What do you think that filmmakers are not seeing, that basically just moves past the eye, but there are problems when it comes to getting deals internationally?
I think it's working with great material. I think people underestimate that. People think once you have a great camera and your film looks amazing, you're home and dry. No. I think it starts from the material. And people don't invest enough time into making sure the material is top notch. I think the way the industry is designed, people don't even have the patience, don't have the financing to sit down on a script. Many people rush off after second draft. Many people are shooting with third or fourth draft. That is a recipe for disaster. Like, no. Sit down with the material and make sure that you go over it again and again and again with the writer, with your team, with even your investors. Make sure that you put as much effort into getting this material cooked to a level that you can say it's of international standard before you think international people will be involved. Because that's the platform for which everything else is built, on which everything else is layered, that script. But people just think, oh, don't worry, we'll make it work on set. We'll have a brilliant director, he'll put a few things, change a few things, but no. You know what happens in Hollywood? What happens in Hollywood is this. People go through several drafts of their script, several drafts before they get a spec script. Yeah. And even at that, after getting a spec script, you might submit it to a studio, and the studio will take it and throw it away. And it will take several years until they come back and say, you know what, maybe we should give this a look in. Then they'll come and look at it again. Okay. Maybe we should let's change this part. This after several years. But you see, in Nigeria, we're just so excited about a first draft or a second draft or a third draft that we're willing to go to shoot with it. Also because we don't have the funding that supports structure.
Yeah.
And what does structure do? Structure makes sure it passes through the right channel. Right? From the first draft to the second draft to the third draft to the fourth draft, fifth draft, sixth draft, seventh draft, whatever drafts, making sure they go through it over and over again. Have a script conference. Put several people together to dissect this thing, break it down, take out the flaws. One person doesn't know everything. Go through it again, send it to the director, let the director make his notes, take it back to the writer. Because that's one thing that helped us in The Herd, is that between Lani, the writer, and myself, we went over the script over and over and over again. Also because it took me a while to raise money. It took me about 2 years to raise money. Yes, it took me about 2 years to raise funding for The Herd. And in these 2 years, the only thing I could do was to be reading the script and be changing things and be going back to my writer and be like, do you think this worked? Nah. It will shock you to know that at first, and I'm so grateful that we made that change. Our police guy, investigator, wasn't initially that character. Oh, wow. Yes, initially he was a Yoruba man from Ekiti State. that, you know, was the police investigator. Imagine how that would have looked in hindsight. You know, it would have just not been right, you know. But after several drafts, that was one of the changes that we made. Why don't we change this guy to be a northerner? Let him be the person to crack the case. Because there are amazing people in the north who are intelligent, who understand their craft, and who are great at their craft. Let's give them that credit. And that's how that character was created, you know. And that wouldn't have come if we didn't spend time working and reworking the script. So it's important, and it cannot be overemphasized, that the material has to be great before going into production.
Yeah, that's nice. Let's talk about like the cast, and looking, you know, you had a plethora of, like, you know, great cast basically. But, you know, first and foremost, we have to, like, you know, talk about your, you know, support cast, Genevieve Ome, which I think was very brilliant in our films. One of the best, like, in terms of you know, direction of her characters, how she acts, and how she portrays her character. Being how, you know, we're talking about Genevieve. What's your take on working with her basically?
I think Genevieve is a brilliant performer. She throws herself into projects that she works on. She leaves nothing back. She gives her all, and you can see it. You know, I brought her on this project, took her into the woods, into the bushes.
Ooh, okay.
And she was scared of spiders and things, but the way she just threw herself into it, went barefooted into the bush, and was just in character all through. She soldiered on. I was always when I was working with her, I was always going to ask her, "Are you okay?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm good." And I'm just like, gosh, the heart that she brought to it, and not just the heart and the commitment, but the craftsmanship. She's such a brilliant actor, you know, brilliant to the core. Knows, you know, picks her choices and just sticks with them, you know, and delivers to the T. And she's always, when she's not filming, she's always so cheerful, always such a delight. So she's not adding extra pressure to you as the producer or director. You can tell that she's okay. She doesn't like need any, she's not high maintenance. She's good. She's good, you know. So it was such a delight to work with her. Of course, also in selling the film as well, massive support. So she's a producer's delight to work with, honestly.
So basically, for the rest of the cast members, how do you feel like working with, especially the older actors? How was it like, you know, working with these people?
It was a gift. The first time, it was a gift. I mean, I'd known them from acting side by side them, so just bringing them on set as well, it was such a gift. It was such a gift to have everyone on set. First of all, they loved the story, so, you know, they were always having ideas, and whenever we come to set, and always such a joy to work on the project with them. Everyone was cheerful. Everyone was present on set. Even the older guys, you know, the legends were so beautiful, were so wonderful to work with. Iya Rainbow came all the way to Abeokuta, did her scenes, and it was just like, Abi, do you need me to do more? I'm like, Mama, no, you're perfect. You're perfect. Killed it. You know, so it was, I think we're just blessed on this project with amazing collaborators, really.
First of all, for the first time, I think you had a very great time, like, you know, shooting this and also starring as a lead actor. So let's go into like other topics in terms of like what other things you're working on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna bring in like Summer Rain and the kissing that went viral basically. So the question basically is like, what surprised you most about like the public reaction after it went out?
Nothing surprised me. I was just a bit taken aback by the timing also.
Okay.
Because, I mean, the film has been released. They had talked about the kissing before, you know, all of that. I mean, it was this big brouhaha about it, and we had gone past it. This was February.
So
yeah, this was since February, and then because the film has now come back to a streaming platform.
Okay.
And so they started to...
BDTV News Update with you live from our studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. And coming up, Nigeria's money supply jumps to 122.95 trillion naira in November 2025. Banks' non-performing loans ratio rises to 7% after CBN ends forbearance. Kano State approved 6.9 billion naira for infrastructure welfare projects. And insurance firms project 10.59 billion naira combined first quarter profit. And thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. Nigeria's broad money supply surged to 122.95 trillion naira in November 2025 from 119.04 trillion naira in October, signaling a continued expansion in system liquidity despite the Central Bank of Nigeria's broadly tight monetary stance. CBN data shows that liquidity conditions in the banking system remain accommodative, driven by increases in both net domestic assets and net foreign assets, as the Apex Bank maintains elevated policy rate. The increase reflects stronger domestic credit growth and improved foreign assets positions, raising questions about how the CBN manages liquidity without undermining inflation and exchange rate stability. The CBN data shows that broad money supply rose by 3.91 trillion naira month on month to 122.95 trillion naira in November 2025, driven by increase in both net domestic assets and net foreign assets. And moving on, Nigeria's banking sector saw a fresh rise in bad loans in 2025 after the Central Bank of Nigeria withdrew the regulatory forbearance that allowed banks to restructure pandemic-hit facilities without classifying them as non-performing. Data from the CBN's latest macroeconomic outlook showed that the banking industry non-performing loans ratio climbed to an estimated 7%, pushing the sector above the prudential ceiling of 5%. The regulator explained that the increase followed the crystallization of previously restructured loans that could no longer qualify for special consideration once the relief window expired. Despite the spike in bad loans, the Apex Bank reported that the financial system remained stable in 2025, noting that recapitalization efforts currently underway are expected to strengthen balance sheet further and improve the sector's ability to support economic growth through increased lending. And still on, the Kano State government has approved over 6.9 billion naira for infrastructure development, social welfare initiatives, and governance-related projects across the state. This information was released by the Commissioner for Information, Ibrahim Waya, following the 36th Kano State Executive Council meeting held on Thursday at the Government House in Kano. The approvals cut across road construction, drainage systems, water supply, education, entrepreneurship, and legislative reforms, highlighting the state's push to address infrastructure gaps while strengthening institutions. The Executive Council also approved 859.2 million naira for compensation payments to property owners affected by a 5-kilometer road construction project in Tundu Wada local government area, a move aimed at minimizing disruption and ensuring smooth project execution. And coming up, insurance firms project 10.59 billion naira combined for quarter profits. To stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news updates, and still on the Nigerian scene. Nigerian insurers are projected to record a combined profit after tax of 10.59 billion naira for the first quarter of 2026, according to company filings with the Nigerian Exchange Group. The forecast reflects strong contributions from major players, including AIICO Insurance PLC, Regency Alliance Insurance PLC, AXA Manzard Insurance PLC, and International Energy Insurance PLC. ICO Insurance PLC leads the sector with a projected part of 5.06 billion naira, driven by an insurance service result of 3.26 billion naira and net investment income of 20.85 billion naira. Its cash flow outlook shows a net increase in cash and cash equivalent of 4.87 billion naira, bringing closing cash balances to 24.08 billion naira. Regency Alliance Insurance PLC is however expected to deliver a profit after tax of 1.06 billion naira, supported by insurance revenue of 3.75 billion naira and investment income of 420.27 million naira, while the company forecasts a net cash increase of 238.63 million naira, ending the quarter with 1.52 billion naira in cash and bank balances. Away from that story, the Securities and Exchange Commission has unveiled an ambitious 2026 agenda centered on mobilizing long-term capital to confront Nigeria's chronic infrastructure deficit. According to reports, the new agenda is coming on the heels of the immediate past year that saw overwhelming reliance by corporates on short-term financing instruments such as commercial papers. In a New Year message delivered in Abuja on Thursday, SEC Director General Emomotimi Agama said the Commission will prioritize channeling patients' capital into productive sectors like road construction, power, rail, housing, and agriculture. Agama added that facilitating the issuance of infrastructure bonds, municipal bonds, green bonds, and infrastructure-focused funds will be top priority in 2026 pipeline. And still on, former Nigerian Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar has described 2025 as one of the most punishing years in Nigeria's recent history, attributing widespread hardship to the policies and leadership of the All Progressives Congress-led government. In a New Year message to Nigerians, Atiku highlighted the struggles experienced by citizens across the country, including economic difficulties, insecurity, and governance challenges under President Bola Tinubu's administration. In his words, it was a year defined by economic suffocation, political recklessness, and governance without empathy under the All Progressives Congress administration. Article noted issues with budget management and government borrowing as part of the difficulties experienced during the year, raising concerns about the handling of tax law, describing it as an example of administrative irregularity. And the Nigerian Exchange Limited yesterday admitted Chapel Hill Denham Management listed by introduction of 1.59 billion units of its Nigerian Real Estate Investment Trust on the main board of the exchange. The listing of the 163.6 billion naira NREIT is reportedly a major milestone in the Nigeria's property-backed security market, representing one of the largest REIT admission on the exchange. The units were listed at 103 naira per unit, giving the fund an implied market value of 163.6 billion naira under the 400 billion hen-rate insurance program. According to the NGX bulletin signed by the head of issuer regulation, Gostan Iwekai, the listed fund carries the trading symbol and will be traded under the name Nigeria Real Estate Investment Trust Fund. Market analysts noted that the listing could boost liquidity in the right segment of the market, which has seen renewed regulatory support and increased investor interest in 2025. And coming up, Starlink to lower 4,400 satellites in 2026 to boost space safety. This and more after the short break.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. We now head to the African scene where Elon Musk Starlink plans to lower about 4,400 of its satellites from roughly 550 kilometers to 480 kilometers in 2026 as part of a major reconfiguration aimed at improving space safety. This disclosure was made by Vice President of Starlink Engineering at SpaceX, Michael Nicholas, in a post shared on X. Starlink is currently the largest satellite constellation in the world, providing broadband internet services across multiple regions, including parts of Africa. According to reports, Starlink is currently the second largest ISP in Nigeria, with 66,523 customers as of second quarter of 2025. Nicholas said the move is designed to condense Starlink's orbital shells, shorten the orbit times, and reduce collision risk as solar minimum conditions approach when atmospheric density decreases and satellites tend to remain in orbit longer. And Turkey will start drilling in a deep water offshore location in Somalia next month in what will be the country's first foray in deep water drilling. Reports revealed that the Alparslan Bayraktar did not provide details about the drilling program, noting that the Somalian project will be Turkey's first deep-water exploration project abroad. The move reportedly follows Turkey and Somalia linking an energy exploration deal in 2024, which fits with Turkey's energy supply diversification plans and its push to reduce its reliance on imports. Now, it was earlier revealed that exploration work in Somalia will be carried out both offshore and onshore following the conclusion of seismic studies, which began in October last year on behalf of state-owned Turkish Petroleum. The surveys covered 3 exploration zones, each spanning 5,000 SQ kilometer, equals to about 1,930 SQ miles. Now, the foreign scene, China's BYD is set to overtake Elon Musk's Tesla as the world's biggest seller of electric vehicles, marking the first time it has outpaced its American rival for annual sales. BYD said the sales of its battery-powered cars rose last year by almost 28% to more than 2.25 million. Tesla, which is due to reveal its total sales for 2025 later on Friday, last week published analysts' estimates suggesting that it has sold around 1.65 million vehicles for the year as a whole. The US firm has faced a tough year with a mixed reception to new offerings on ease over Musk's political activities and intensifying competition from Chinese rivals. Chinese firms such as Geely, MG, and BYD, now the country's largest electric car company, have put pressure on a Western rival by pricing their vehicles below established brands. Also, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro said on Thursday that he was open to talk with the US on drug trafficking and oil after weeks of escalating pressure campaign against his government. In an interview with Venezuelan state TV, Maduro said he was ready for dialogue with the US wherever they want and whenever they want. The president also evaded a question about a statement by President Donald Trump that the US had hit a docking facility in Venezuela, the first such attack inside the country, reportedly carried out by the CIA. According to reports, US forces have been hitting vessels they suspect of smuggling narcotics through Caribbean and Eastern Pacific for the past 3 months. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News Updates. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms for more updates. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
As the curtains draw close to 2025, we look back at a year that tested our grit, showcased our genius, and of course, those that made a lot of great strides and redefined our place on the global stage. From the bright lights of Times Square to political trenches of Port Harcourt, it has been a 12 straight months of whirlwind, you will agree. So today, we count down to 17 major milestones that shaped the Nigerian story in 2025. This is the ultimate retrospect. Talk about the record breakers. We begin with the moment that made us proud to be Nigerian, if we must agree, where Tunde Onakoya in April made the world watch as this particular masterpiece made its way to the top. Chess master Tunde Onakoya turned Times Square into a battlefield of intellect, 64 hours of consecutive and focused play that created a lot of buzz around the world. 0 defeats, a Guinness World Record that raised millions for children in the slums, a true master stroke for the Nigerian spirit. Coming number 2, Hilda Bassi. The Jollof Wars were finally settled in September, where Chef Hilda Bassi turned to the kitchen to cook a massive 8,780 kilograms of rice, most definitely, that gave Nigerians reason to say for what it is that we are standing. Nigeria officially holds the crown statistically and culinarily. Criminal number 3, talking about arts, Nnenna Kalu. And in the world of high art, this sculptor, Nnenna Kalu, made history as the winner of the prestigious Turner Prize. Her victory certified 2025 as the year Nigerian creativity became a global currency. Segment 2. The power and diplomacy. On this political front, the stakes couldn't at all have been higher. Rivers State crisis comes at number 4, where politics in Rivers State dominated our headlines following federal government's announcement and declaration of emergency rule in March, right? The year ended with a major decisive Supreme Court ruling on December the 15th, upholding the intervention and bringing in the fragile peace to the oil-rich state. Coming number 5, still diplomacy and power, that is Benin Republic intervention was another one that made Nigeria look even closer. Nigeria reasserted its role as the police of West Africa on December 17th by providing critical military and diplomatic support. Nigeria helped thwart a coup attempt in Benin Republic, stabilizing Talon's administration. That came in on number 5. Coming up number 6, Burkina Faso standoff. If you all recall or remember, diplomacy wasn't always smooth. The detention of 11 Nigerian airmen in Burkina Faso after a C-130 emergency landing created a week of high-stake tension, testing our resolve with the Sahel states. That was something that shook Nigeria, but we came out of it. Number 7, Dangote Refinery 2025 was the year of the price wars as Dangote Refinery hit full capacity of the tug of war between the local production and oil marketers over the pricing that became the defining energy story of the year. Coming on number 8, the tax reforms. In June, President Tinubu signed the tax reforms act, saying that it was necessary for us to look into it. So 2025, it was a massive deal. Now, the question is, with this overhaul designed to simplify the system, though it sparked heated debates, will it take effect next year and keep Nigerians hoping or not? We don't know. In the boardroom across the country, that is being put together. Let's see what happens as we wait until next year. Coming on number 9, the sachet economy. Inflation forced a pivot in the consumer behavior. We saw sachetization, that is the word we have to create here, of the economy, where global brands moved into micro packaging to keep products affordable for the average household. Number 9 was, but number 10 here made a lot of sense. Coastal Way, on the infrastructure front, the Lagos Calabar Coastal Way and Highway reached major milestones despite environmental debates. The physical and, of course, the progress of the road remained a symbol of administration long-term vision. Some agree, some may not. But that was also a major deal for 2025. So, number 11, the GDP paradox. We close the economic books with a reported 3.98% GDP growth, yet for many, the reality was daily battle with food inflation stretching the naira became the official motto of the year. Let's jump to number 12, which is more important, the jackpot crisis. The healthcare sector hit a breaking point, record numbers of doctors and nurses moving abroad, forcing the government to introduce the emergency retention package to keep our hospitals running. That was something big to be. Coming to number 13, travel bottlenecks. Traveling became harder as new U.S. travel policies and visa bottlenecks created significant hurdles for our students, business leaders, and those who truly wanted to go seek a greener pasture to come back to the country. That was something to look into. 13th it was. The AFCON fever, you must agree with me, or maybe not. In sports, the road to Morocco 2025 was paved with drama as the Super Eagles, preparation and club versus country, debates kept football fans on the edge of their seats all through the final quarter. That was number 14. So coming up on number 15, Israel Adesanya was major focus. In Riyadh, the combat sports world was stunned by the defeat of Israel Adesanya. It was a sobering moment for fans, sparking conversations about the future of our fighting icons. Well, that was something to behold. Coming on number 16, let's talk about national security. National security crisis and policy response was a big deal, which is why in 2025, Nigeria faced renewed security challenges, including large-scale kidnapping and churches attacks that drew international scrutiny and domestic anxiety, with President Donald Trump of the United States declaring Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, and insisting on Christian genocide in the country. Many had their own misgivings, others disagreed, but most around the world had to weigh in their opinions. This spurred a nationwide security emergency declaration and reshuffling of top military and security chiefs. This development highlighted both the severity of insurgency, banditry, and communal violence, and the government's evolving strategies, making security one of the year's dominant narratives. Coming up on number 17, the death of our former president of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari. The country was hit hard by the news of unfortunate passing of the former president of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, at 82 in the London hospital. 13th July 2025, Nigerians stood still as he received the news of the passing of Muhammadu Buhari after a long, prolonged illness while receiving medical care abroad. His death was announced by Nigerian officials and sparked national mourning across the country. His body was flown back to Nigeria under the full state honors, received by government officials in Katsina. On the 15th of July 2025, Buhari was laid to rest in his hometown of Daura, Katsina State, following the Islamic rites and a ceremony attended by dignitaries, family, and thousands of mourners, with his political history becoming the focal point of national reflection. And there you have it, 17 stories, 12 months, one Nigeria. 2025, you must agree, was a year where we broke the records, faced our economic fears, and stood tall in the face of regional instability. But as we look towards 2026, one question remains: will the growth that we see on paper finally reflect on the dinner tables of every Nigerian? I am Onyeka Valentine. Thank you for watching our 2025 retrospect on Business Day television. Have a Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year ahead.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information. delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.